for the national anthems of South Africa and Zimbabwe. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please kindly take your seats. The Minister of Finance, Honorable Professor Mthuli Ncube, the Minister of Tourism, Honorable Barbara Rwodzi, His Excellency David Hamadziripi, Ambassador to South Africa, His Excellency Mr. Elias Mahosi, SADC Executive Secretary, Honorable Polite Kambamura, Deputy Minister of Mines, Lieutenant General Retired Dr. Engelbert Rugeje, National Secretary for Economic Affairs of ZANU-PF, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. A very good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Zimbabwe Investment Summit 2024. My name is Hugo Ribatika and I'll be looking after proceedings for the first part of the day. Thank you all for attending, and firstly, I think you should all give yourselves a big round of applause. So for those of you that might have missed out on what transpired yesterday, here's a preview of how it all happened.
JIT-TVzw, just in time.
Now, there's something else that we want to do. We were very serious. We also want to make sure that you don't have to go, if you want to buy stocks in China, you don't have to go to Shanghai Stock Exchange. We want you to come to VFAX. So we are going to work hard to list what you call ETFs, global ETFs, exchange traded funds, on the Victoria Falls Stock Exchange. So we're able to buy global stock on the stock exchange here in Africa. And it's great for pension funds. They diversify your risk. And as you say, I'm sure you say that, we don't have exchange control, zero capital gains. But I really want to emphasize the point of being serious about this platform. And two, that we want you to come to Victoria Falls if you want to invest globally. You should be able to buy. You can even list a single stock ETF. There's no reason why we cannot list an Apple ETF on VFAX, single stock ETF. So you don't have to buy it on New York, buy it in Victoria Falls.
The revolution shall be televised. JIT-TVzw, just in time.
Great. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to do a recap of yesterday. Can we have some mics on the floor, please? So, by show of hands, who has some memory of what transpired yesterday and would like to give us a minute or two of what they picked up? Some of them might be statements, a few of them might be questions, which we'll attend to later. Anybody on the floor, ladies and gentlemen? Do I see Mr. Farai Madzwanyika in the building? Farai, where's Farai? One of the things I've learned to do is to pick on individuals. There's a lady in the front here. Nicolette, please, I think she's got something to say. If she hasn't thought of something, she will do so in the next few minutes. There's a lady with a hand up on the far end. Thank you, Nicolette.
Good morning, Nicolette Matuku. I think what stood out for me yesterday was how practical the ministers and all the speakers were showing us how Zimbabwe is open for business. I think we've had the mantra over and over again, but I think what stood out for me was how they shared on the how to. Who do we go to? How to go about it and how to start. And I'm excited about that. As a person who works in development, business development in the continent, I'm excited to be working and looking at going back home. I think that stood out for me yesterday.
Nicolette, thank you very much. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Luletwa Mkwabeni. So, actually, what stood out for me yesterday, it was firstly that Zimbabwe is open for business, but also what actually caught my attention, it was around the international finance and the stock exchange, especially for the miners and also for the junior miners to raise capital. And especially in terms of the approved platforms, for example, the ZIDA, which is the agency which provides a one-stop investment platform to help the investors with the processes and registration and the practicality of that. And also a lot of opportunities, especially in the mining and also in other sectors as well, and the new markets. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We have a lady here at the front. Please go ahead.
It's on. All right. My name is Dorianne, and I really want to thank everybody who spoke yesterday because, in my capacity both as a business chamber and in my personal capacity, I definitely will not be a laggard and watch others succeed going to Zimbabwe. It has ceased to be just a talk show. I really think that after yesterday's presentation, there are real examples of businesses that are thriving in Zimbabwe, and I don't want to miss the boat. So let's all go. Thank you.
Okay, and Dr. Rutenda over there, the good doctor, thank you very much.
Hey, better, all you want. I think the key thing that stuck out for me, my name is Rutendo Indingwi, CEO and founder of Tribe Africa Advisory, is that in all the opportunities, in all the opportunities that Zimbabwe offers to investors, both internally and externally, I think it was the Deputy Reserve Bank Governor or the previous speaker who mentioned a key point for me, which was a poignant point, that Zimbabwe has to overperform. You know, there are certain instances when you look at the global geopolitics and geoeconomics where a certain level of performance is acceptable. But with where we're coming from and where we want to go, we have to overperform. And I think if we put that in our mindset, it actually allows you to establish yourself at a different level to say that if I'm going to succeed, Zimbabwe has to overperform both from all the KPIs. So that was the key thing that stuck out for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
My name is Shionobert Timothy Gambiza. What stood out for me was the presentation by the Deputy Governor on the new currency. And maybe it's a more of a question. I don't know if you'll get an opportunity to answer it, but the question I went home with was what sort of assurances or expectations can we develop with relation to knowing that the amount of currency in circulation is still commensurate with what is backing it in the vaults? Will there be periodic updates to that effect? I think the question for business is that we don't want to be in a scenario where we're printing money which is not backed anymore. And I know there are a lot of pressures, but that's the question that I had, and I hope there'll be an opportunity to answer it today. Thank you.
We'll take two more. There's a gentleman at the back and the gentleman in the black shirt to cross over there, and then we'll carry on with the program. Thank you.
Thank you. James Wane from Zaga Labs. I think I really found the one-stop shop very interesting. The new currency, definitely. And also the fact that Zimbabwe is taking the digital transformation serious. They're not just talking about 4IR. Usually people just talk. But the fact that we're embracing where the digitization, that's really stood out for me. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you
sir.
very much. My name is Michael Ticharewa, that's my name. Yeah, so what's quite interesting is that, I don't think we've been telling a good story well enough. And listening to all the speakers yesterday, for example, listening to the SADC industrialization plan up to 2050 and what has been happening in Zimbabwe since 2018, that is not often spoken about that much. I mean, a lot of us are on social media, what we see there and what's on the ground is usually very different. And that story was being emphasized yesterday. Investment in infrastructure, I liked the chairman of GPF, how they invested in the Bay Bridge border post. It's not spoken about. If you don't travel by road, you don't see the work that has been done there. I think we need to speak more and more about it. And I think Prof. Mtuli Ngube yesterday rounded it up very well, saying, wow, look, the bad story travels faster than the good stories. We need to be doing that so that all investors here can actually have the correct information. And for me, I think I sum it up like that. I think we need to continue emphasizing and telling the good story because Zimbabwe is a good story. At least that's what I observe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a summary of what transpired yesterday, which is only half the story because the balance of it you will hear and witness today. And now, our first speaker of the morning. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the podium His Excellency Ambassador David Hamadziripi. Ambassador Hamadziripi is an esteemed diplomat representing the Republic of Zimbabwe as ambassador to South Africa and as non-resident ambassador to Lesotho, Seychelles, Madagascar, and Mauritius. With a distinguished career spanning over 3 decades in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Hamadziripi has held various key positions, including ambassador to France and Mozambique, permanent delegate to UNESCO, and ambassador to Belgium and the European Union. His expertise extends to regional diplomacy, serving in roles within the SADC organ on politics, defense, and security. Ambassador Hamadziripi has represented Zimbabwe at numerous international fora and seminars, advocating for conflict resolution and peace building in Southern Africa.
Thank you very much. Good morning. That was a very generous introduction. And yet I am the one who is supposed to be doing the introduction. And that's why I'm up here this morning. But first, let's do some protocols. I want to recognize this morning Honorable Professor Mtuli Ngube, our Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment Promotion, Honorable Barbara Rodzi, our Minister of Tourism and Hospitality Industry, Honorable Polite Kambamura, our Deputy Minister of Mines and Mining Development, His Excellency Mr. Elias Mahosi, the SADC Executive Secretary. I want to recognize the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Health and Child Care, Dr. Aspect Maunganidze. I recognize Mr. Andrew Vumbe, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development and Investment Promotion. I also want to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Elifasi Mashaba, who is the Secretary for Business Development in ZANU-PF, and also Lieutenant General retired Dr. Engelbert Rugeje, who is the national member, who is the National Secretary for Economic Affairs in ZANU-PF, Mr. Alan Majuru, CEO of Zimtrade, Mr. Tafazwa Chinamo, CEO of ZIDA, Mr. Boni, the CEO of Zimbabwe Stock Exchange, and I also want to recognize Mr. Farai Madziwanyika, Chairman of the Zimbabwe South Africa Business Chamber. I could probably go on because there are so many eminent and very important people with us this morning, but let me stop there in terms of the protocols and get down to the business of why I am here, which is really to introduce our speaker this morning. You may recall yesterday we informed you that the official opening of this investment conference will be done by the Minister of Finance, Honorable Professor Mtuli Ngube, and we are happy. Yesterday he came and just got right into the trenches, and we are very happy, Minister. Some of the information you shared is very good. It's very encouraging, and I had hoped that somebody was going to say one of the messages that they took from the minister's contributions yesterday was Zimbabwe's economy is growing. And come into this economy so that you can also not just contribute to the growth, but in fact, take advantage of that growth. So that was my takeaway. But Minister, let me say Professor Mthuli Ncube is the Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment Promotion of Zimbabwe. He is a financial, economics, investment, and public policy expert with vast experience in both the private and public sectors. He has previously served as a professor of public policy at Oxford University, professor of finance and dean at Wits Business School here at the University of Witwatersrand, as well as a lecturer in finance at the London School of Economics. Professor Ncube was also head of global asset allocation, strategy, and fund manager at Investec Asset Management, also here in South Africa. He has also served as vice president and chief economist at the African Development Bank, where he led the strategic thinking within the bank on economic development issues for the entire African continent. He led and guided the development of the bank's 10-year strategy 2013 to 2022 and was a member of the senior management team at AFDB. He has extensive experience in the private sector as an investment banker and fund manager. He holds a PhD in economics from Cambridge University in the United Kingdom and has published numerous books and articles. It is now my singular honor to invite you, Honorable Minister, to come and officially open this conference. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the podium for our official opening address, the Honorable Professor Mthuli Ncube. Professor Ncube is a distinguished economist and the Minister of Finance and Economic Development in Zimbabwe. He holds a PhD in mathematical finance from Cambridge University and has contributed extensively to the field of finance and economics through award-winning publications and books. His leadership and insights have greatly influenced monetary policies and economic development across the continent.
Colleagues, good morning. Let me first of all recognize my introducer, if there's such a word. He's the ambassador to Zimbabwe, to South Africa from Zimbabwe. His Excellency Ambassador David Hamadziripi. I also recognize the Minister of Tourism and Hospitality, Honorable Barbara Rodzi. I also recognize the Deputy Minister of Mines and Mining Development, Honorable Kambamura. I recognize the SADC Executive Secretary, His Excellency Mahosi. I also recognize the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Health, Dr. Maunganidze, non-accounting PEMSEC in the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development, Investment Promotion, and Head of Debt Management, Andrew Vumbe. I recognize the Deputy Governor of the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, Dr. Innocent Mache, and also recognize Mr. Elfas Mashava, the Secretary for Business Development in ZANU-PF and member of the Politburo. I also recognize the National Secretary for Economic Affairs in ZANU-PF and member of the Politburo, Lieutenant General Retired Dr. Engelbert Rugeje. Other government officials here present, the investors here present, captains of industry here present, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. I welcome you all to this 2024 Zimbabwe Investment Summit, whose main objective is to drive investment in all sectors of the economy, as well as to position Zimbabwe as a profitable investment destination. Colleagues, I'm happy to advise that Zimbabwe's economic recovery post-COVID is strong. We've seen it move from strength to strength after a dip in 2019 and 2020. 2021 onwards is a very, very different story. In 2021, the economy has been on a positive trajectory with real GDP growth at 8.5% in terms of growth in 2021. That is 6.5% in 2022
and a growth rate of 5.5% in 2023. And the growth rate is projected at 3.5% this year, a slower growth than the previous 3 years due to the climate change shocks. I can say this, that really at the end of the day, we've learned a lot from the 2019 climate shock, and we're using the similar strategies to deal with the impact of El Nino. First of all, we've opened up borders. So the private sector is able to import grain, and they've been importing grain duty-free since the beginning of the year. So that's strategy number one. Number two, we've also, as government, we have actually bought insurance. In the last 12 months, we bought insurance. We do that every year, and we'll be receiving a payout shortly, which we'll use for cash transfers to those who are badly affected by the drought. So we took some insurance, but also we expect it to be supported by partners. Now that we've declared a disaster, some partners will also come along and support us. And finally, as government, we'll also be embarking on a grain importation program to make sure that no citizen is left, affected by the vagaries of drought. So we have a clear strategy in terms of response to climate change. But needless to say that really when it comes to this climate change issue, it's largely a maize issue. That's what has been impacted, and not a wheat issue. When it comes to a crop like wheat, actually Zimbabwe is secure. And in fact, we should be able to export wheat again this year, because that is a winter crop which is fed from water from the dams. It is an irrigated crop, as opposed to maize, which is largely a rain-fed crop. I must say that I've basically outlined the growth trajectory for Zimbabwe since 2021 post-COVID. So Zimbabwe has been growing strongly. It's probably been the fastest growing economy in Southern Africa. But also compared to where the global economy is, you can see that it is backing the trend. We expect global growth this year into next year to about 3.1%. So it's quite a tepid growth, and Zimbabwe has been able to back the trend and grow well above that global average. What has delivered this growth over the last few years? I would say that it's really the quality of policies that we've put in place. Policies for macroeconomic management, fiscal and monetary, and also policies for supporting the various sectors of the economy. Starting with the fiscal side, we've managed to maintain fiscal prudence. Since 2019, Zimbabwe has been able to maintain a budget deficit of no more than 2% of GDP, when the rest of the world was recording very high budget deficits. In fact, we got to a point where when it was time to buy vaccines in 2020, we found ourselves with a sizable pot of money in our bank account, and we were able to pay for our vaccines without much difficulty because of this prudent fiscal management. Monetary policy has remained tight, and recently we introduced a new currency, the Zimbabwe gold. You received a presentation on it yesterday. It's necessary for Zimbabwe to have a domestic currency. Why? Because others have got incomplete tools. If you don't have a domestic currency, all you have is fiscal policy, but you have no monetary policy. You need both fiscal and monetary policy so that you can control interest rate, drip feed the economy, and so forth. But the issue is, how is that currency designed? You received a presentation that this is a structured currency. It's a currency that is backed by reserves, gold, and other precious minerals, as well as hard currency. So it's a structured currency. Its features mimic that of a currency board. In a currency board, that's exactly the design, where you've got reserves backing the domestic money in circulation, what is called reserve money, or M0 in economistic language. And that's what you find in jurisdictions such as Hong Kong. But over there, they've got a hard peg, where the exchange rate is actually fixed. In our case, the exchange rate still fluctuates, but the liquidity in circulation is governed by the reserves that are in place in the first place. Someone asked a question earlier whether we from time to time share with the public as to how much reserves we have. Yes, we will. We have by law said that there will be an audit of the reserves that are in our vaults, and be able to share that information periodically with the public to make sure that we can build the necessary confidence in the new currency. Colleagues, looking at the external sector, where we compare imports and exports, it's a very important variable for us who manage macroeconomic policy. I'm happy to report, again, for the last 5 years, Zimbabwe has recorded a positive balance on its current account. And this, again, has backed the trend. It really means that we've been able to earn more foreign currency coming into the country than currency leaving the country. So that's how you get to have a positive balance on the current account. So again, this is a pleasing indeed that we've been able to back the trend in terms of global trend, where every economy is showing a current account deficit. Zimbabwe has shown a surplus. Now, let me turn to then some of the opportunities in the various sectors. I'll start with the mining sector. I'm pleased that the Deputy Minister of Mines is here. He will say more than I will. He's the expert in the sector. This sector has been growing in leaps and bounds since 2017, colleagues. And the opportunities are plenty in the lithium space. As you know, Zimbabwe has the largest deposit of lithium in Africa. In the PGM space, platinum, the rhodium, and so forth. In the gold sector, for example, coking coal to be specific, diamonds. But we are insisting that whoever is investing in this sector going forward ought to invest in beneficiation as well, and also ought to support local communities. In fact, we're insisting that 1% of the revenues earned from whatever that mineral is ought to be, plowed back to the community, so that the community feels that the resource that they're providing to you and the world is changing their lives. So this is critically important. Looking at agriculture, again, I want to emphasize the opportunities that exist in the horticulture space. How many people know that Zimbabwe produces coffee? Some of the best coffee in the world. It is actually mainly used for blending purposes. Some of you drink, is it Nescafe or something? There's Zimbabwe coffee in there. So basically, I shouldn't reveal some of the corporate secrets. I'll just say a company has done a deal with the farmers in Manicaland, in the eastern part of the country, who produce the coffee for this company, obviously shipped out of the country to a country that I will not mention, and then it finds its way into Nescafe. So it's a premium coffee, and I really want to encourage you, all of you, to partake in it. But the investment required in that sector, sometimes it's just simple a washing plant to wash the beans. Just by washing those coffee beans, you add easily 30% to the price. And then the roasting aspect and other beneficiation aspects. So really, this is a sector that I want to encourage some of you to get into if you know anything about it. Growing macadamia nuts, for example, wines, grapes and so forth. Blueberries, the best blueberries in the world are from Zimbabwe, trust me. Very tasty, you find them everywhere. In some countries, they're even branded differently. There's even a claim they're not from Zimbabwe, but they're actually from Zimbabwe. I'm aware of that. That's okay. So blueberries is another area where I want to encourage you. Citrus fruits. The best oranges come from the other side of the Limpopo, literally. Limpopo province across the river. That's where you get the best oranges, the best mangoes, the best watermelons. So clearly, this is an area where you should be looking into if you're interested in agricultural investment and in the horticulture sector. Let me say this. We also have dealt with the property rights issues around the land distribution program in Zimbabwe. Farmer compensation is underway. We've struck a deal with the former farm owners, compensating them from improvements. It's 3.5 billion US dollars, and we have a bond the program that we've put in place where each farmer then will be compensated accordingly. There's a structure which I cannot reveal because it's media that we've signed up to, and compensation is underway. But also we are strengthening the 99-year lease arrangement or framework for use of land in Zimbabwe. We want to make sure that the lease is bankable, it is valorizable, and it is also transferable. This is critical for making sure that banks can extend credit to the agricultural sector. So as an investor, then we can be supported by the banking sector because you have a bankable 99-year lease. So this is being financed, and I can assure you that by year end, this 99-year lease will be in place. And then for the energy sector, again, you have heard a lot already. Here, I want to encourage investors to take a look at the power transmission infrastructure. Whenever we talk about power investment, we focus on power production, but not on transmission. Also, we tend to leave transmission infrastructure investment to governments, to the public sector. But look, colleagues, there's clear evidence. Reflect on that, we need about $2 billion to upgrade power transmission infrastructure. When you do that, you're also investing in the SADC power pool, by the way, because in Zimbabwe houses the Southern Africa power pool, not SADC power pool. Southern Africa power pool. And so when you invest in infrastructure in Zimbabwe like that, we are assisting the whole region. So reflect on that. It's a really something that you should consider as we invest in this sector. We have plenty of coal. You should invest in thermal power production. We have coal everywhere. For instance, there's a power station that's being built just across the Limpopo River, near Bridge, open pit mine, and it's a power station, 100 megawatts that is being put together. There's also additional coal in Masingo area, in the Mwenezi area. The traditional home of coal is Wange, of course. That's where you find most of it. There's plenty more coal in Binga, and also gas, in methane gas in the Lupane area. So in terms of these resources, we've got plenty of these resources. Therefore, you should really take a look at this seriously. Let me say this thing about energy as well. Zimbabwe also takes a regional view to energy production. So we are cooperating with Mozambique to develop 3 or so, hydropower projects along the Zambezi River as it meanders into the Indian Ocean. And I'm aware that in, I think it's Panankoa, there's a bit of progress for the development of that hydropower facility. But there are 3 more. There are 3 more that are available. And hydropower is the cheapest power at about 3 or 4 cents per kilowatt hour. So clearly that's an opportunity for you if you're interested in the sector. Then finally, maybe in this sector on solar investment in the solar space, here as a government, we've put in place a robust framework to support the IPPs in this space. One, we have an economic tariff. The tariff is 16.88 cents per kilowatt hour, and we know that the investors in the solar space are profitable at 9 cents per kilowatt hour. Surely at 16.88 cents, you should feel very comfortable about that level of tariff. Secondly, we offer a government guarantee on the power purchase agreement. So we're able to extend that, and this comes from Treasury after an assessment by the Minister of Energy. And finally, we also give you a currency convertibility arrangement and a currency access arrangement, because we are aware that some of you may be borrowing from abroad and want to service your loans and so forth. So we guarantee you access to power. So we have a government implementation agreement built on those 3 pillars. Let me press on. Did you know that Zimbabwe has a fuel hub in Harare? Fuel hub, because we have a pipeline from Beira all the way down to is it way up, not down to Harare, and we have basically a fuel hub which we want to turn into a regional fuel hub. So from that fuel hub, we can service, we're already servicing Botswana, we can service South Africa, the northern part of South Africa. We can also service, obviously, Zambia. We're already servicing Zambia, and then up to Congo, DRC. But we have a fuel hub that it needs your investment, especially in the evacuation of the fuel from that facility. Turning to infrastructure, great opportunity in the railway space. Again, we're looking for your investments in rail. In fact, I was speaking to the ES earlier that if we can reduce the cost of logistics inside the SADC region, most of our products will be very, very competitive. So really, we count on you to come forward in terms of investment in the railway sector. In the road sector, we have this road from Beitbridge to Bulawayo to Victoria Falls. It needs your money. On a PPP basis or a concession basis, we're able to extend a 25-year concession. You collect your money through the toll fees that you receive from tolling this road. So let's talk about that. But secondly, the road where we have already spent money as government, from Beitbridge to Masingo to Harare, we're ready to reconcession that. It's called asset recycling. So we're ready to negotiate an asset recycling arrangement where we sell the road to you, pay us a good money, and then you collect even more from the toll fees as you manage this road over the next 25 years. So please, let's talk about that asset recycling. We need a cargo airline. Southern Africa is struggling. We need a cargo. The good thing about a cargo airline is that the cargo never goes on strike. Unlike passenger, I'm not running down passenger, but it is the most profitable part of the airline industry is cargo, because the cargo doesn't go on strike, easier to manage. So again, if you wish to launch an airline, Zimbabwe is open for business. It's open for you. Let me say this again, maybe while I'm still on the infrastructure front, that we need some decent malls in Zimbabwe. Decent malls. I hear this issue was raised yesterday. Was it Mashaba who raised it? We need a nice mall in Harare, a nice mall in Bulawayo. You can't go wrong with a decent mall in Zimbabwe. So this is easy business for you, those of you in that space. Turning to tourism, the Minister for Tourism will be speaking in a minute. She will say a lot more than I do, but I'll just mention one thing: hotels. We need more hotels in our main tourism spots, Victoria Falls, but we also need hotels even in our normal urban areas, business hotels, Harare, Bulawayo, and so forth. We just need more hotels. You can't go wrong with investment in this area. On the environment front, those of you who are financially savvy, there's quite a bit of opportunity in developing carbon credits in Zimbabwe. We have lots of forests. I'm aware that there's some smart people who have been doing this and quietly living out of Borodale in Harare and making money, $10 million a year. This is real, by the way. And so really there is an opportunity for you to get into carbon finance using carbon credits. It's a very specialized market. Some of you know how that works. Get into it and make sure that again you can profit from it. We have a new framework where in this framework you keep 70% of the revenue, government takes 30. In some circumstances we negotiate. We can negotiate and we can customize it and come up with a bespoke arrangement for you. There's a very interesting business that I came across recently. I will not mention it because then I'll be divulging secrets. It's an offshoring business or call center business. Zimbabwe is one of the best places should you wish to establish a call center in Africa. Why? Because of the strong education system. So a strong communication skills. So there's a company I came across in Harare recently, which employs 1,000 people in the middle of Harare. And these individuals are servicing businesses around the world, businesses in South Africa, in Europe, in the US, but mainly in the US. And some of them are actually even executive assistants for doctors out of Texas, sitting in Harare, right? And there are auditors internal auditors for insurance companies in the UK. They are financial managers for companies here in South Africa, sitting in Harare. Imagine that kind of business where you are taking advantage of the quality of human capital in Zimbabwe. Surely that ought to be attractive to you. It certainly is to me. Then in the health sector, we need more private hospitals or more investment in the healthcare sector. So please, again, this is an area for enhancing medical tourism, and hopefully you can take that up. I always listen to the debates about the health sector in Zimbabwe and saying, oh my God, the best healthcare that I've ever received in the world is in Zimbabwe, at Avenues Clinic in Harare. It's better than, I've lived in Switzerland, better than Switzerland. I've lived here, suddenly I've been better looked after in Harare, suddenly better looked after than in the UK. And that's a serious pitch that I'm making. So the private sector in Zimbabwe, in the health sector, is very competitive, both in terms of pricing, in terms of quality of service, quality of doctors. Of course, they don't have everything, but you'll be amazed when you visit some of our top private hospitals. But of course, there's always work to do. Government always has work to do when it comes to public hospitals. In the telecom sector, we have two companies, perhaps three companies that need more investment. Mobile telephony company, as well as fixed infrastructure. In fact, two mobile telephony companies and then fixed infrastructure companies, Net1, Tel1, and Telecel. These are companies that will require partnerships, investments going forward. And I'm sure you are listening very carefully. I now want to turn to the financial services sector. If I can mention one area in the banking sector where we need more investment, is in investment banking. If you look at the banking sector in Zimbabwe, it's largely commercial banking or microfinance. So what we need is banks whose job it is to offer advisory services. So government doesn't have to think, or rather investors don't spend time doing a project development. It is the job of investment bankers to think through project development, then approach investors for capital. So investment banking is an area where I really want to encourage investment. Justin Bonney, I think, has spoken eloquently about our International Financial Services Center and the VFEX, Victoria Falls Stock Exchange, as a platform for investments in the securities market space. We've created a whole industry out of the REITs program, the Real Estate Investment Trust Program. And as I said yesterday, we now need to make use of our ETFs, Exchange Traded Funds Program, to attract listings on VFX for foreign stocks. There's no reason why you cannot buy, as I said yesterday, a Microsoft stock or Apple stock in Victoria Falls. You don't have to buy it in New York. You can buy it on VFX, provided we put it into an appropriate ETF, and we are working on that. We'll also be launching a commodity exchange. It's coming soon. I could go on and on. The manufacturing sector, the retail sector, there's just so much opportunity. Finally, I want to end on incentives. That when it comes to incentives, please go onto the Minister of Finance website or onto the ZIDA website. I think Tafaja Chinamo spent time with you yesterday, and then you'll be able to read or get more information on some of the incentives. Just to mention a few, for example, if you are on a BOT arrangement, we are able to offer you a tax holiday for the first 5 years where you don't pay any tax. After year 5, of course, then you pay a flat 15% corporate tax. I'm just highlighting that, for example. And if you increase your export revenues, your corporate tax drop quite nicely from 20% down to 15%. So we reward export performance through various tax incentives. On VAT, if you're an importer, importing equipment, you can access our VAT deferment facility, where you can defer paying VAT for up to 6 months, so your cash flows can recover. We're able to support you in that way. And we offer a duty rebate on most capital equipment, if not all, as a new investor, you'll be well supported, I can assure you. If you're in the tourism sector, we bring in a new bus to move your tourists around, your clients around, you get a rebate, on duty rebate on that, as well as other equipment. We also offer special economic zone status. Again, this I think was spoken about yesterday, where again we have various tax breaks that come with that. Let me see if I can highlight something else. Again, there was a presentation on the benefits of operating out of VFX, that there are no capital gains taxes, easy to access, or rather to access foreign currency should you wish to take out your proceeds from the market. Just a few incentives, So there's a lot that we offer you with these few words. I declare the Zimbabwe Investment Summit open officially, and wish you fruitful deliberations. I know you started yesterday, but I wish you further fruitful deliberations today. I thank you. Siyabonga, tinotenda.
Professor Mthuli Ncube, ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause, please. Thank you. For those of you that may have missed out on some of the things that the good professor mentioned, just to recap, Zimbabwe is seeking to drive investment in all sectors of the economy. Professor is particularly pleased with the economic recovery post-COVID. Zimbabwe has been on a strong trajectory. Obviously, a few lessons have been learnt from climate change, amongst other things, in preparation for El Nino, which has caused some havoc in most of Southern Africa. The government has bought in insurance, and some of those payouts will be used to mitigate the challenges of the shortages around grain, particularly maize. Wheat, on the other hand, is enjoying a wheat surplus. In fact, Zimbabwe is exporting wheat because this is largely irrigated. And I think Professor mentioned yesterday that dams have been constructed in all provinces of the country. So irrigation has been made available, and that's been assisting in the production of wheat. Zimbabwe's economy has been the fastest growing economy in Africa, and arguably on the planet, bucking the global trend. Zimbabwe has been able to maintain a budget deficit of no more than 2% of GDP, which is worth noting. Money supply has remained tight. Fiscal and monetary policy has been important, obviously, in mitigating some of the challenges that have been experienced in the past. The structured currency backed by reserves of minerals such as gold and similar is somewhat similar to what is being managed in Hong Kong, and this is assisted in the stabilization of the currency in the country. Now, going to opportunities for those that are looking to invest in the country, multiple exist. I will glean over some of them. In the mining sector, which has grown since 2017, Zimbabwe has the largest lithium deposits in this part of the world. Plenty of resources in the PGMs, coke and coal, diamonds, to name a few. Horticulture, if we look at agriculture, horticulture is one such area. I think many of us will be, in fact, we're pleasantly surprised that coffee is one of those products that is produced in Zimbabwe and is exported. In fact, blending many coffees across the world. Professor mentioned that blueberries are, in fact, many countries are taking ownership of our own blueberries that we are exporting from Zimbabwe. Great crops in terms of citruses, oranges, mangoes and watermelons also available. The property rights issues have been sorted out. In fact, 3.5 billion to compensate the farmers is in process, and we are watching the headlines, watching the news, expecting all of that to materialize by the end of year. The government is looking to strengthen the 99-year lease to make them both bankable and transferable. And again, one of those things that you can look out for by the end of year. Opportunities also exist in the energy sector. Power transmission infrastructure, 2 billion is required. So if you're looking to invest in Zimbabwe, which feeds into the Southern African power pool, those opportunities do exist. Investment also required where rail is concerned, and also road, that road but from Beitbridge to Bulawayo and eventually to Victoria Falls. And something that was repeated again today is the launching of the commodity exchange via the Victoria Falls foreign exchange. Some incentives that do exist for investors. If you are coming into Zimbabwe, I think via the VFX, you will be entitled to a 5-year tax holiday. If you do increase your exports, then you drop your taxes drop from the 20% down to 15%. So definite encouragement for you to export. VAT deferment of up to 6 months for those that are exporting, and duty rebates available for those that are bringing in capital equipment. So much said by Professor Mthuli Ncube. Just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that we are streaming this conference, and if you would like to stream it or share the link, it is live.JIT-TVzw. So just a reminder. And I'd also like at this point to acknowledge our sponsors that have made today possible in no particular order. Evertel, Net 99, Net 99, Hello Paisa, Mukuru, Zertu, Zida, the President's Fund, Ashaba Designs, Africa Alliance Holdings, and Zim SA Business Chamber. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd now like to call upon our next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the podium Mr. Polite Kambamura. Mr. Kambamura is the Deputy Minister of Mines and Mining Development. With a background in mining engineering from the University of Zimbabwe, Mr. Kambamura has a rich professional history in both the Zimbabwe and South Africa's mining sectors. His expertise and dedication to the development of Zimbabwe's mining industry make him a pivotal figure in the country's economic landscape.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to start by recognizing our ambassador, His Excellency, Mr. Ahmad Zuripi, Honorable Professor Mthuli Ncube, our Minister of Finance and Economic Development and Investment Promotion, Zimbabwe, the Minister of Tourism and Hospitality Industry, Honorable Babda Rodze, His Excellency Elias Mahosi, SADC Executive Secretary, Dr. Aspect Maunganidze, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Youth and Child Care, Mr. Andrew Bumbe, Non-Accounting Secretary in the Ministry of Finance, Dr. Innocent Mashe, Deputy RBZ Governor, Mr. Elias Mashaba, our Politburo member and the National Secretary for Business Development, ZANU-PF, Mr. Alan Majuru, Zimtrade CEO, Mr. Tafadzwa Chinamo, CEO for ZIDA, Dr. Rugeje, National Secretary for Economic Affairs, ZANU-PF, Mr. Madziwanzira, CEO, Zimbabwe Investment Summit, all protocol observed. Before I go into my presentation, I think all of you agree with me that if finance and economics was a religion, Professor Mtuli was going to be the high priest. So I would like to acknowledge him for warming up the stage. I feel singularly honored to be presenting this Made in Zimbabwe Investment Conference, and I'll mainly focus on the key sector that is driving the Zimbabwean economy, the mining sector. The president had to put our heads online by approving the structured currency, which is backed by minerals. If we fail to put the required reserves in the RBZ vault, then myself and my minister were gone. So we're working tirelessly to make sure that the reserve bank, reserve vaults are fully packed. Zimbabwe is endowed with a lot of minerals, but before I proceed, I just want to give you some takeaways. Zimbabwe was one of the biggest platinum group metal deposits after South Africa in the world. We are one of the top 5 lithium producers in the world and the largest lithium producer in Africa. We are currently finalizing the construction of the largest steel plant in Africa, in Manidze, which is in the Midlands province of the country. We also have the most skilled human capital in the country. And what we do not have currently is the capital. That's why we are here to market our mineral resource so that we get the capital. You come to Zimbabwe with more than skilled manpower in the mining sector who are ready to go. Zimbabwe hosts over 60 minerals in the categories of precious minerals, base minerals, and we've selected a few for the purpose of strategic planning that we've coined as strategic minerals, critical minerals, and transitional minerals, which are currently on demand world over. This sector is expected to catapult our economy towards an empowered upper middle income economy come 2030. Currently, the sector contributes about 13% to our GDP and accounts for over 60% of our export receipts. Considering this, the sector provides raw materials to other key sectors of the economy, such as the agricultural sector and the manufacturing sector. In 2019, His Excellency the President launched a roadmap for a 12 billion mining sector, primarily anchored by our key minerals and their contributions to this milestone, chiefly among them being gold, which will contribute about 4 billion. And our job has been made easier due to the firming up prices of gold. So, Professor, instead of giving you 100 tons, because of the firming up prices, we are now giving you about 60, 70 tons. But already we had made significant progress in terms of coming up with mining projects for gold and a lot of such projects have been already commissioned by His Excellency. Second in line is 3 billion, which is contributed by the PGM sector. And in 2023, we were at 2.7 billion from the PGM sector only. But we're partially disturbed by weakening prices for the PGM sector internationally. And our mining companies in the PGM sector are coming up with a raft of measures so that they are kept afloat. Second or third in line is contribution from the diamond sector. The diamond sector is expected to contribute 1 billion, which is equivalent to about 10 million carats. Last year alone, one of our parastatals, the government parastatal, JIT-TVzw, was at 7 million carats, which leaves the other 3 million carats to other companies in the diamond sector, such as Anjin, Rosa, and Morowa Diamonds. So this year, we're likely to surpass the targets of producing 10 million carats, which is equivalent to about 1 billion. Coal and hydrocarbons are expected again to produce another billion. Lithium, 500 million, and we have already surpassed that target. Other small minerals like manganese, copper, vanadium are expected again to contribute 1.5 billion to the sector to come up with a total of 12 billion come end of this year. Zimbabwe is prioritizing enhanced investments in exploration, opening of new mines, beneficiation and value addition of our minerals before export, as well as expansion of existing mining projects in the country. Government came up with timeless policy interventions to improve sector attractiveness. This has seen commissioning of a number of mining projects across various mineral subsectors, such as gold, diamonds, PGM sector, coal and hydrocarbons, and lithium, among others, over the past 5 years. Under the National Development Strategy 1, implementation, beneficiation, and value addition of our minerals is of utmost importance. And this will ultimately feed into the attainment of our National Vision 2030. Many opportunities lie in the setting up and operating of beneficiation facilities in the country. Due to the exponential growth in the sector, the needs for the sector is also grown. Innovating financing structures are needed to support this growth by improving access to finance. Addressing infrastructure deficiencies, such as inadequate transportation networks, the power supply, is crucial in enhancing the efficiency and productivity of mining operations. Provision of equipment and skills development, training of small-scale miners will also improve on safety and sustainability of the sector. Zimbabwe is actively promoting investment again in modern-day technology to improve mining efficiency, particularly in processing of refractory ores and complex multi-element ore bodies. Additionally, the country is developing and implementing a minerals development policy which will speak to individual mineral categories such as strategic minerals, base metals, precious metals, and critical metals. Innovative financing structures, including gold reserve funds and minerals commodity exchange counters, are being explored to provide financial support for mining projects. Government has been pursuing the ease of doing business in the mining sector in an effort to attract investment. Harmonization of our mining laws and streamlining of regulations speaks volumes of government's commitment to the sector. Government came up with a policy on royalties. Previously, mining companies would surrender their royalties uh, in form of, money, liquid money. But government approved that from last year, is it last year or 2022? 50% of royalty is now submitted in physical mineral form, which means if we're supposed to submit 5% royalty, 50% of that, which is 2.5%, is submitted to the value of the physical mineral form. That is across all the mineral sector, be it coal, be it platinum, be it copper. Government will then convert that 50% physical mineral form, to monetary form and store as gold. That's how we are building our gold reserves. We've also put forward a proposal to say all government shareholding in mining companies, whatever percentages government will be getting, should be in mineral physical form. We sell that percentage and store it as gold, that is to reserve value. Like I've said, due to growth in the sector over the past 5 years, power demand has also increased. Investment in solar energy and the thermal power generation are welcome through with only private ownership or joint venture models, boot agreements, PPs, and so forth. Government has availed a plethora of incentives through the finance ministry to attract and retain mining investments. Gold, being the major foreign currency earner, has been a focal point for development with a target to contribute 4 billion to the 12 billion milestone. Like I've said, this has seen a lot of projects in the gold sector being commissioned. For example, we have Pixton PLS underground mine, which invested $18 to set up, which is set to double its production capacity to a ton of gold per annum. Eureka Gold Mine reopened in 2022. It will give us 1.4 tons of gold per annum. We have Caledonia, that is Blanket Mine, which was commissioned in 2023. Again, it's on the top of the list with a production capacity of 80,000 ounces per annum. Many more projects are still at project stages, and they will be commissioned in the fourth quarter of this year. Ladies and gentlemen, Zimbabwe has 3 platinum group metal producers, that is Unki Mines, Zimplats, and Mimosa Mining Company, with several other companies in various stages of PGM exploration and mining development, that is Great Dyke Investments, Bravura, with Caro Resources. The fact that these PGM companies have come to set base in the country is testimony enough that Zimbabwe is truly open for business. And the Second Republic's vision to see mining investments grow exponentially is being realized. In 2022, government signed a memorandum of understanding with Zimplats to set up 4 key projects, which includes resuscitation and development of one of its mine, the building up of a 3rd concentrator, which is now complete, the setting up for a base metal refinery, which is currently at 90%, the setting up of a 38 megawatt furnace and sulfuric acid plant will change the face of our platinum group metal platform in the country. Previously, government had set up a beneficiary tax for export of unbeneficiated PGM produce. After this commitment by Zimplats, PGM's mine signed an MOU with Zimplats, and the government is currently proceeding to withdraw that tax after these mines have shown this commitment.
which is in line with the value addition and beneficiation of our minerals, as espoused in National Development Strategy 1. Ladies and gentlemen, in the diamond sector, currently Zimbabwe is the chairperson of the Kimberley Process Certification Scheme and the current chairman of the African Diamond Producers Association. I think these two caps speaks volume of how our diamond sector is and our vision to expand the sector and also our compliance to the expectations of KPC and ADIPA. This also speaks volumes to the country's economic diplomacy and the re-engagement policy. In addition, the Zimbabwe Consolidated Diamond Company, which is a government parastatal, has commissioned a state-of-the-art 450 tons per hour dense media separation plant and expanded its operations from alluvial diamond mining to conglomerate diamond mining. In 2019, government came up with a diamond policy which speaks volumes to the exploration, mining, and marketing of our diamonds. Previously, there was no control in the sector, but the coming of this policy now governs exploration, mining, and marketing of our diamonds, which is in line with KPC standards. Focus is now currently on cutting and polishing of our diamonds, and a lot of opportunities lies in this sector. The Dinson Iron and Steel Project is a game changer to the steel sector and presents a significant stride towards our mineral beneficiation, industrialization, and economic growth. With a capital investment of 1 billion in phase 1 of the steel plant, this project is set to revolutionize our steel sector with an expected annual production of over 600,000 tons of steel products in the first phase, and 1,200,000 tons in the second phase, 3,200,000 million tons in the third phase, and finally, 5 million tons of steel products in the final phase. And in the final phase, the company will employ about 10,000 people and will bring several upstream and downstream industries. Further to building an integrated steel plant, the company is also constructing a 1,000-kilometer railway to Beira and is committed to build at their own cost a dedicated port of exit so that there will be seamless transportation or movement of their production, to the export market. Zimbabwe, like I've said, is one of the top 5 lithium producers in the world. And in 2020, government banned the export of raw lithium ores and also banned the exportation of raw chrome ores. This saw a lot of companies coming to the country and set base for the construction of ferrochrome smelters and lithium beneficiation facilities. Currently, we have 5 big mines that have set up lithium beneficiation facilities, which are concentrating lithium ores to 6% lithium concentrates. Government has further advised the players to further beneficiate to lithium salts, that is lithium carbonate, lithium hydroxide. And we are going to advise the players to set up lithium battery plants in the country because we have all what it takes, we have all the ingredients. There's no more need to export jobs when we have the capacity to evaluate and create employment in our country. The core sector in Zimbabwe has become pivotal for both the mining industry and the national economy, notably the commissioning of Mcheso coal mine in Binga, Matabeleland North Province in 2023 marked a milestone, with the United Kingdom's Contango Holdings spearheading the project in partnership with the local Zimbabweans. The project, formerly known as the Lubu project, reflects a joint effort towards enhancing co-production and beneficiation. Dinson Colliery has also set up a coke oven battle plant with a capacity to produce 300 tons of coal, and they are currently upgrading that facility to produce 1,200,000 tons of coke. Several companies are setting up thermal power stations in the Wangi area, and a lot of projects were approved again for the Midlands and Matabele South, which is close to Limpopo. We have 3 projects that are currently ongoing of setting up thermal power stations. And these projects will be a game changer and also assist the country to manage the power deficit. Similarly, the expansion project at South Mining Private Limited, completed in July 2020, underscores a commitment to industry growth, evidenced by the 2 coke oven batteries. These coke ovens also generate as byproducts 2,800 tons of tar, 2,400 tons of benzol, and 40 million cubic meters of gas as byproducts. Ladies and gentlemen, Invictus Energy has also made 2 important discoveries in the northern parts of the country at Mukuyu 2, that's the Zambezi Basin. Recently, they announced their discovery of oil, high quality oil with very little impurities and a lot of gas. I've noticed some of our mining houses have already signed some MOUs for electricity generation from Invictus. So there's a lot of opportunity in that sector as well for value addition and beneficiation of our gas and oil. This Mukuyu discovery has the capacity to drive our economic growth, create employment opportunities, and stimulate investment in Zimbabwe's gas and oil sector for years to come. In 2022, government approved the establishment of a mines to energy park in the Mashonaland West province, and by 2027, phase 1 and 2 of this project will be completed, projecting an impressive turnover of $13 billion US per annum. The park will feature 300 megawatt power stations, a coking plant, a lithium salt plant with a capacity to produce over 30,000 tons of lithium hydroxide, a graphite plant for battery-grade products, a nickel sulfate plant, and a nickel chromium alloy smelter. These developments not only underscore Zimbabwe's commitment to sustainable energy solutions, but also positions the country as a significant player in the global lithium, graphite, nickel, and chromium markets. I think from what I've said, you agree with me that Zimbabwe is an awakening giant. The best time to come and put money in Zimbabwe is now, not tomorrow. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kambamura. Quick recap, much of which you know already, but important to remember, ladies and gentlemen, that outside of South Africa, Zimbabwe has the largest platinum reserves in this part of the world, most skilled human capital. But what we are looking for, what the Deputy Minister spoke about, is actual capital. So human capital is available in Zimbabwe at your disposal. All you need to do is to bring in the money, and that capital is available to you. It is high on the agenda. The President, Honourable His Excellency Edi Mnangagwa, expects the economy to be catapulted via the mining sector to a middle class economy by 2030. And mining currently contributes 13% to the GDP, and 60% of all export receipts come via mining. So well done to the mining sector. The target at the moment is to raise 12 billion from the mining sector. Gold currently accounts for 4 billion, PGM minerals 3 billion, diamonds 1 billion, target of 10 million carats per annum, and I think it's at 7 million carats at the moment. So those targets will be expected to be reached. Coal and hydrocarbons contributing 1 billion, and lithium, which is still in its infancy, contributing $500 million to that conversation. And also, well done to Zimbabwe, who are currently chair of the African Diamond Producers Association, which speaks to the vision of growth of Zimbabwe in that sector. Some developments, including the banning of export of raw lithium and chrome in 2020. Much of that has now been necessitated by policy that requires companies to increase beneficiation of those products. In fact, the deputy minister expects that the lithium companies will be producing lithium batteries in Zimbabwe in the not too distant future. And finally, exciting news, which I think has been shared in the last few months, and that's the discovery by Invictus of high quality grade oil and methane gas in the Zambezi Basin. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the podium Lieutenant General Dr. Engelbert Abel Rugeje, retired. Dr. Rugeje is a distinguished scholar and leader with a robust background in military service, academia, and strategic policy making. Dr. Rugeje's illustrious career spans over 37 years in the Zimbabwe Defense Forces, where he commanded key operations and served in high-ranking roles, including Director General of Defense Policy and Inspector General. As a postdoctoral research fellow in conflict transformation, Dr. Rugeje contributes significantly to academia, lecturing on peace, conflict, and society. He is currently the National Secretary for Economic Affairs of ZANU-PF, fostering economic strategies and policy development. Dr. Rugeje's research on conflict resolution and peace building in Africa is internationally recognized, making him a leading expert in the field.
The Director of Ceremonies, our guest of honor, Honorable Professor Mtuli Ncube, Honorable Minister Barbara Rodzi, my daughter, Your Excellency, the Ambassador of the Republic of Zimbabwe to South Africa, Mr. David Amazribi, Your Excellency, the Executive Secretary of SADC, my brother, Mr. Mahosi, Honorable Deputy Minister Kambamura, who has just been on this podium before me, government officials present here, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As I woke up, I was tempted to put on my party regalia. And then I thought, no, I was not going for a rally. And on second thought, I thought I would wear my camouflage. And I said, no, I was not great for deployment. So I decided to put on this immaculate African attire. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, from the onset to register my sincere appreciation for this gathering, which has successfully brought together to all of us to collectively put our minds and discuss the Zimbabwe government's growth trajectory and put a discussion on how best we can invest in our motherland. Zimbabwe, under the stewardship of His Excellency, the President, Dr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, in the Second Republic, has embarked on a reform trajectory where the primary focus of the ZANU-PF government has revolved around sustainable economic development, which is remarkably different from the political dimension that had been the major pillar and the characteristic of the First Republic. The Zimbabwe is open for business mantra has therefore transformed the government development planning focus, particularly on investment promotion. Guided by the Transitional Stabilization Program, which started in 2018 and ended in 2020, and the current National Development Strategy 1, which will run until 2025. The investment drive has yielded positive results. This is a call by His Excellency, the President, to investors and traders, both local and international, to take up abundant opportunities in the country across all sectors of our economy. The country, as you heard from previous speakers, is endowed with vast potential of resources and possesses highly skilled manpower, high literacy rate, vast mineral resources, has just been presented by the previous speaker, agricultural potential, wildlife, and natural landscapes that present unending investment opportunities. The 2024 Zimbabwe Investment Summit theme, People You Can Invest In, reflects a core Zimbabwean belief embodied in the mantra, Nyika inovakwa nevene vayo, ilizwe lakiwa navanikazi valo. This sentiment underscores ZANU-PF's developmental philosophy of not only focusing on Zimbabwe's rich natural resources, but also its skilled and hardworking people. In this regard, ZANU-PF, through its government, has renewed emphasis on attracting sustainable development through socially responsible investors in line with the regional and global trends. Zimbabwe has taken up steps to streamline the regulatory processes, dismantle bureaucratic hurdles, and fortify mechanisms for investor protection to achieve Vision 2030 even earlier. These have been seen as a simplified investment procedure, reduction in red tape, and provision of transparency by the Second Republic. The government, in its wisdom, has brought decision-making close to the people through devolution and deconcentration. You will recall that yesterday, Honorable Mthuli spoke a lot about devolution, and he came up with fascinating statistics regarding some of the achievements that have been made through this system, where he cited the establishment and construction of schools in excess of 250, clinics, deep tanks, dams, and roads, but to mention a few. The ZANU-PF government has therefore accelerated macroeconomic reforms that are supported by reduced regulatory costs. Amendment of the Indigenous Act is one of those, and efforts to stamp out corruption. To ease doing business, the government formed, as you heard, the Zimbabwe Investment and Development Agency in 2020, intended as an investment one-stop shop to promote, facilitate both domestic and foreign direct investments into Zimbabwe. And my brother, Mr. Chinamo, spoke glowingly about that yesterday, and I don't need to repeat that. The ZANU-PF party, through its government, has also taken a bold step, as you heard, through the introduction of a new structured currency, the Zimbabwe gold, which, as you heard, is backed by a composite basket of precious minerals, and in this case, gold, as well as foreign currency reserves. This development has boosted public morale. People are happy. There's a lot of excitement about ZIG. Most people are willing to support the introduction of this new baby. Since its introduction, most retail outlets and service providers have swiftly embraced the currency. This smooth transition is testament of the restored confidence in the local currency by the business players in the country. Going forward, expectations are that the ZIG currency should play a leading role towards economic transformation that has been stalled in the past over local currency distortions, manipulation, and resulting in hyperinflation, which emerged thereof, impacting massively on the welfare of the generality of the people of Zimbabwe. In addition, the structured currency is expected to support, as you heard, long-term business planning and encourage savings and investment in the economy. This renewed confidence amid the new RBZ banking policies, such as reduced banking fees, are going to preserve account balances and promote a saving culture among the people. This is crucial for economic stability, personal financial security, and security for investors. Zimbabwe thus presents vast investment opportunities, as has already been testified by people who spoke before me, in many sectors, which include mining, smart agriculture, agro-processing, agroforestry, manufacturing, tourism, and services like construction, infrastructure, transport, and ICT, among others. They are also supported through investor-friendly policies and incentives that aim to encourage investment, and also the ZANU-PF government's objective of making Zimbabwe a net exporter by 2030. I will not talk about mining because we had a very fascinating presentation from the Honorable Deputy Minister, Polite Kabambra, who has done justice to that. However, many of our people have benefited immensely from small-scale mining of some of the precious stones, especially gold and diamond. And again, this has uplifted the welfare of our people, courtesy of some of the positive policies that have been put in place by ZANU-PF through its government. The ZANU-PF government's renewed interest in increasing domestic production of value-added minerals products will require larger capital investments in the mining sector than the current business model, which relies on exporting unprocessed or semi-processed natural resources. If we were to beneficiate mining, then again the majority of our people stand to gain massively. Energy is specifically a critical sector, not only to Zimbabwe, as you have heard, but for the region as well, with the entire continent facing severe energy deficit. Zimbabwe has established a legislative framework for independent power producing of renewable energy and is actively encouraging and supporting them in this sector. Investment opportunities are thus abundant in clean energy. You will recall that recently Zimbabwe hosted a green energy summit in Victoria Falls. It is pleasing and interesting to note that most of our people embrace solar energy. As you move throughout the entire breadth and length of our country, you will notice that most structures have got solar panels, including thatched huts. This is remarkable. Zimbabwe has a thriving tourism sector. The minister will take us on that. But the point I want to raise is that tourism is a labor-intensive industry which creates huge employment opportunities with potential to spread wealth and economic development even into the remotest parts of our country. It is therefore a critical development sector which dovetails well with His Excellency President Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa's developmental philosophy of leaving no one and no place behind. You will also recall that at the just ended JIT-TF, for those who participated during the International Business Conference held at the JIT-TF last week, but one, Honorable Professor Muwira spoke passionately about innovation hubs. The innovation hubs that are found at our state universities. These have been put in place by some of our students, some who are our sons, our daughters, our children, and so forth. This again is a remarkable achievement in the area of innovation. My presentation would not be adequate if I don't highlight some of the successes that the government has achieved in the past 5 years, the Second Republic. In various sectors of the economy. But those that quickly come to mind where our people have benefited immensely, like the Beit Border Post, the Gwai Shangan, the Robert Gabriel Mugabe. You saw that splendid, magnificent infrastructure at the airport. The Manizi steel plant, which has just been highlighted by our people, have benefited by way of employment in some of these success stories of the ZANU-PF led government. Before I conclude, Director of Ceremonies, distinguished guests, allow me to underscore the need to foster partnerships and joint ventures, which came about again yesterday. We need to put our minds together. We need to collaborate. We need to cooperate. We need to work together. I think gone are the days where we would engage in the blame game. Let's refrain from criticizing each other for the sake of criticizing. We've got people who have got just the habit to criticize for the purposes of criticizing. We are making a special appeal to you to join us and avoid condemning without rendering any alternative. Where we've made mistakes, we apologize and we say, let's move together. Let's move forward together. In conclusion, Zimbabwe is a country that has a lot of investment potential due to its rich natural resource endowment and high-level manpower development status. As such, local and international investors should embrace the ZANU-PF government efforts towards creating a conducive investment climate, which goes a long way for Zimbabwe to attain an empowered upper middle income society even earlier than 2030. We are there, your security insurance. We can assure you that your investments will be safe and secure. Honorable Professor Mtulingwe, zvandaona panapa, what I've witnessed here, zvakarongeka. I thank you.
Dr. Rugeja, thank you very much. Zimbabwe, to recap, has embarked on a reformed trajectory, which is a major shift from the First Republic, and all this has been evident in the last 5 years. The investment drive has yielded positive results. Decision-making has been taken to the people through a process of devolution. One of the exciting achievements is the building of schools in the last few years. I think that number close on 250 schools, I think, which speaks to the human capital that we talked about a little bit earlier on. As part of the process of facilitating ease of doing business, ZIDA was established in 2020 to facilitate both foreign and direct investment into the country. Zimbabwe provides vast investment opportunities to multiple sectors, many of these already mentioned by the Minister of Finance. ZANU-PF offers investor-friendly policies, which is the reason that many of us are here. And one of those targets is for the government to be a net exporter by the year 2030. Zimbabwe has a thriving tourism sector, which is labor-intensive but creates employment, pulling many out of poverty. And I'm sure the Minister of Tourism, who is here, will speak to that a little bit later on. Many achievements, including the Beitbridge border post, which is a marvel to experience. The Robert Mugabe International, Dr. Rugeja, as he rounded off our Let's Us Work Together. And where the government has made mistakes, they do issue their apology. And his guarantees that your investments will be safe and secure. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the podium Valentine Garacho. Valentine is a co-founder and CEO of JIT-TVzw Global. Valentine is a dynamic entrepreneur with a passion for growth and innovation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know how I got here. I know the selection criteria of these speakers here is world class. In terms of what we do here at JIT-TVzw, I just wanted to give you my own story of how Zimbabwe has treated us as a private player. And without further ado, I'll get right into my speech. Your Excellency, the Ambassador of the Republic of Zimbabwe to South Africa, Ambassador David Amadziripi, Your Excellency, the SADC Executive Secretary, Ambassador Elias Makhosi, the Minister of Finance and Economic Development, Honorable Professor Mthuli Ncube, the Tourism and Hospitality Minister, Honorable Barbara Rodzi, the Deputy Minister of Mines and Mining Development, Honorable Polite Kamambura, the Secretary for Business Development in ZANU-PF, Comrade Elfasi Mashava, Secretary for Economic Affairs in ZANU-PF, retired General Rugeje, CEOs here present, captains of industry, media, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, distinguished investors. It is with great privilege that I address you today on the vital topics of responsible mining, beneficiation, sustainability, and collaboration in the mining sector. I'm here representing ZIT-TVzw, a diversified mining company committed to responsible and sustainable extraction and beneficiation of minerals to drive a clean environment. The mining industry serves as a cornerstone for economic growth, supplying essential resources that underpin modern society's progress. However, we must remain acutely aware of the significant impact our activities can have on the environment and local communities. Thus, it is incumbent on us as miners to operate with meticulous care and consciousness towards responsible practices. ZIT-TVzw has served as a beacon of social responsible mining, understanding that our prosperity is inseparable from the environmental and societal welfare in the regions in which we operate. We go above and beyond mere compliance, committing to conducting our mining operations in a sustainable manner that preserves our surroundings for future generations. In recognizing the broader scope of sustainability, ZIT-TVzw encompasses not only environmental concerns, but also socio-economic development, and to date, we have initiated various CSR programs to the tune of $1.5 million. In Zimbabwe, we are proud to support educational and recreational initiatives that empower young minds and foster a brighter future. We firmly believe that investing in education of our youth is an investment in a sustainable tomorrow. Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, distinguished investors, the direction of investment flows are influenced by an array of factors that shape the investment landscape. These include macroeconomic fundamentals, such as stable inflation rates, predictable interest rates, and exchange rate stability, alongside well-developed infrastructure, strong business ethics, and a stable political environment. Furthermore, a country that looks after its domestic investors is more likely to have a thriving domestic investment sector that can attract foreign direct investment, creating a robust investment environment. In other words, domestic investors become an integral part of the country's investment drive. Zimbabwe has made significant strides in improving its economic climate by embracing Zimbabwe as open for business policy and working towards creating a conducive investment environment. I'd like to urge the government and the newly appointed governor of the Reserve Bank to continue enhancing these efforts. As stakeholders in the private sector, we're eager to collaborate with the government in driving economic development, and furthermore, we stand in firm support of the government's economic policies outlined in the National Development Strategy 1. We aim to elevate the nation to an upper middle income economy by 2030. Our company aligns its vision with the national objectives, leveraging our expertise, resources to contribute to this monumental transformation. We recognize the power of collaboration in achieving shared goals and stand ready to work collectively towards a prosperous future. Transcends as we seek to improve global mining landscape by sharing expertise, fostering partnerships, and exchanging ideas internationally. Together, through collaboration and shared knowledge, we can create a more sustainable mining industry that benefits all stakeholders. And as yourselves as leaders in the banking sector, investors, economists, and policymakers, you hold the key to shaping the future of our industry. I invite you to stand alongside with Zertu as we embark on this journey towards responsible mining, beneficiation, and sustainable development. Together, through our collective efforts, we can build an industry that not only drives prosperity, but also leaves a legacy of positive and an enduring sustenance. Let us unite in our commitment to sustainability, prioritize responsibility, and collaborate towards a greener and more prosperous future for all. And with those words, I'd just like to thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a quick tea break. We're going to take a quick tea break, so it's going to be 10 minutes. So I encourage you to please get up, stretch, grab a cup of tea or coffee, a sandwich or something, and then immediately come back so we can catch up with the program. Thank you very much. See you all in 10 minutes. Thank you.
in Manicaland, tea, coffee, avocados that are right now sold in Europe, a lot of them, macadamias. But when somebody visits Manicaland to have a good sight of a good landscape, the Eastern Highlands of Zimbabwe, we want them to go all the way to Chipinge, whether it's in a helicopter or they are driving. That experience in Chirezi that you see our sugarcane is called agrotourism. So we have 11 clusters. I just mentioned a few. Now, programming the strategy is anchored on our clusters. Programming infrastructure according to, for example, rural tourism. I've already spoken about that. Where do people go and eat when they come to spend Easter with their parents? When they come on holiday, or a weekend from Harare to Chipinge, a weekend from Harare to a rural place? Where do they go and enjoy? Take your parents out or take your grandparents out of their normal settings, but within the rural place. We have workforce training infrastructure. We can't achieve everything that we're talking about without training people. We cannot achieve without physical facilities and digital infrastructure. The digital infrastructure for us as a government or as a ministry is going to help us on collecting the levy. But we have many other things that you can do with the digital infrastructure. The more the government collects levy, the bigger it can develop its tourism infrastructure. I'm sure some who have been home a long time ago, they know the Sheraton, as it was called back then, now Rainbow Towers, was built by Zimbabwe Tourism Development Corporation. It was the tourism fund together with the Chinese who came to help us. That's partnership. Ambassador, and few more lodges, I'm sure, in Mashingo. But from then, nothing has been done in terms of infrastructure that has been built by the government. So now, according to the law, it's called Zimbabwe Tourism Fund. We have separated it. We are in the process of separating it from ZTA. Somewhere along the line, I don't know who was naughty and put it under ZTA. Wakomana. Because every tourist operator or tourism operator in Zimbabwe has to pay 2% of their revenue to the government. It's well known. It's even here in South Africa, it's everywhere, Kenya, Botswana. But in Zimbabwe, people pay as they want, and there's no ICT infrastructure that tells us how many people have been here on this facility today and how much are they supposed to pay. Some of the investment opportunities. Financing, tourism financing infrastructure is some of the programs that we are looking at. But let me give an example of sports tourism cluster and how an investor sitting here may see an opportunity. We have sports like cricket, golf, soccer, rugby, tennis, which we link from East Cluster to how we can invest. We have Zimbabwe Cricket right now, which has won the bid for hosting the 2026 and 2027 World Cup together with South Africa and Namibia. Yeah, we are in. But when all those people come in Zimbabwe, that's tourism. They come to play golf, but that's tourism. Where are they going to play cricket from? So our Zimbabwe cricket have money to build a new stadium. They came to us and say cricket, even by its nature, they call them tours, meaning tourists. Where can we build a good and best-in-class stadium? isingazothi nyadzisi tapiwa World Cup Victoria Falls. Let's go. So we have land, vast land in Victoria Falls. 1,200 hectares in an area called Masue. That is for special economic zone for tourism only. And 271 hectares of that is under Ministry of Tourism and Hospitality, and it has a title deed. The whole 1,200 hectares used to belong to our ministry, but I'm sure when Prof came in and his team in cabinet, they said they never did anything since 2012, these people. Take back the land to local government, leave them with 270, and we see what they do with the 271. And progressively we can give them. So as soon as I was appointed, I was running, and I'm still running. Please come to me. I have 261 hectares. Now 10 hectares is gone to Cricket Zimbabwe to build this stadium with its amenities. A 3-star hotel and other. 271, 261 now. It's going. So as soon as I finish this presentation, I'm the most important person in the room. Victoria Falls, holiday homes, an estate. Why can't we build our own estate? Beautiful, like what we see here in Joburg. We have Borodo Brook, we have Madokero, so forth and so on. But let's go Victoria Falls and see what we can do. We are here, your government, terms and conditions, quite flexible. My boss told me it's a special economic zone for lease, yes. For 25 years, yes. But listen to the investor. Talk to the investor. Understand. And always come to us and discuss if there are any adjustments that needs to be done. The fear is it's a special economic zone for tourism. But then we give someone to build a nice hotel, and then 15 years later, they convert it into a school. How do we meet and balance this? If you're not comfortable with the 25 years lease, are you comfortable with buying the land? But what are the terms and conditions about that? That's Victoria Falls. But as this stadium is coming, it has opened doors. I was just talking, Minister was just whispering to me, and Minister, when we were having a tea break, yes, the guy came. Yes, I'm so happy. He did. The Victoria Falls Stock Exchange financial hub, where do we put it? It's a ready land. No stories, no back and forth. I have the title deed. The conversation starts and ends here. I'll go to the cabinet and convince, I'll say, Minister Mtuli was there. Minister Kampamura was in there. We really need this. And I'm very good at that. Don't worry. Opening the doors to you. Opening the doors to some of us who've been in the diaspora for a long time. One speaker, Barugeje, mentioned gone are the days to point. Shakapera. No more. If you point at me, I'll continue doing what is good. And what is good is now. And you lag behind. You lag behind. Zimbabwe is moving. This is the time for Zimbabwe. Let's move together. You came to work. You saved the money, you made linkages, networks, bring them back home. We stayed home and held fort. Yeah. No one has not been through hard times. Here it was hard, back home it was hard, but now how do we balance each other? There's land, there are others with a lot of land for agriculture, maprazi, land for tourism. It's open for business, particularly to the diaspora, because it's your heritage. Why should we have big investments from Vamwe, Vavakure? When you have your money and still complaining, no, should I? No, I think Mtuli was lying. No, Barbara was lying. They are collecting and going. By the time you see reality, the land will be finished. Opportunities will be finished, but they belong to you. The president is on the record saying diaspora first. Let them come back and invest home. Everything that you've been working for, home is waiting for you. This is real and serious. And tourism is low-hanging fruit. Low. Just to start cooking sadza, regio. And makaya chicken. Madora, matimba. And giving all these people during lunch, that's tourism business. It's tourism investment. Come. Knowing how to spread the bed. How to clean a room. And be a cleaning company for a hotel. Easy. Come. We want that. We are waiting. But people need to be trained. And that's what you've been doing for all these years back here. The exposure you had. The partnerships you've met. We have, on the 13th of May, just in 2 weeks, this coming Monday, the following Monday, Miku's Hotel is now rebranded as JIT Regents. Beautiful. And it's someone from Dubai who's investing in that. Because now when it's investment, what can we do? We can't say no because you're from Dubai, you're from Europe, we take. And where are you? The owner. JIT Regents, Harare, the Mikos, is how it's rebranded now. Beautiful. Those who can make it, again, talk to me. I'll give you a private invitation just for you to see what is happening in the country. So we have this Mikos investment, we have Zimbabwe cricket investment, and smaller other investments. I'm happy I saw Mr. Mata is in the house, and Minister spoke about shopping malls. Mr. Mata has a company called Inkosi Property Development. Yeah, there he is in the corner there. He has come up with architectural graphics for 2 shopping malls in Shurugwi and in Kwekwe. Why there? Because Honorable Kambamura mentioned that that's where the small-scale miners are vast. They want to buy from a decent shopping mall because they have money. Don't worry about what happens after, if there's no more gold. Hey, there's so much gold in our country. Don't worry. Now they ask, they drive all the way to Harare just to go and spend, Because there's no way to spend their money in Shurugwi. It's a very small town. There's no way to spend their money in Kwekwe. Because it's a small town with no, facilities that are fashionable. When someone has money, you can tell even the way they walk. And they're itchy to spend it expensively. Once they walk into this shopping mall, they will enjoy. Please come. And Mr. Mata is here. I'm told to go. I don't want to go. Right. There, I was just talking about the investments that came into the country in 2022, quite high, because we had about three to four big hotels that were built in Victoria Falls. But 2023, it went down to 172.2 million. With the cricket, with all these Mikus and all of you that will come and invest in Victoria Falls and other parts of the country, I'm assuming it will hit to 1 billion or more. And those were the receipts that were spent. People spent money, 900 billion 2022, 900 million in 2022, and 1.1 in 2023. More for 2023 came from domestic tourism that we are still promoting through our food, through our national fabric, through, telling people that our heritage is more important for a Zimbabwean to know first than anyone else. Go to Kariba, you first, Victoria Falls, than coming to Durban and think it's in fashion that this Christmas I'm going to Cape Town with my family, than you going to Victoria Falls with your family. So tourism and hospitality industry is a low-hanging fruit that is ready for picking. Please pick it. I thank you.
Another round of applause for how beautiful she looks in this beautiful attire. Before I proceed, thank you so much, Honorable. A Jaguar KJ-63VG GP, the alarm keeps going on. Kindly note that if that's your vehicle, please attend to that. So yes, thank you so much, Honorable. I think beyond anything, you spoke with such passion. I was ready to invest in Zimbabwe. I don't even have the money for it, but you spoke with such passion, and I think that's what the essence of what you're talking about, which is in building a unique tourism offering and the focus in heritage. And when you said building an upper middle income country with people of dignity, and I think the next speaker will speak on the branding when it comes to tourism, which I think is ideal, especially when it comes to the people of Zimbabwe. And I think it starts internally, it starts within the country. And you spoke beautifully about rural tourism, saying that there is beauty in that. And we shouldn't always clap our hands and be excited when we have international people visiting Zimbabwe. She also spoke beautifully about exploring or categorizing tourism in their various clusters, including rural and medical tourism clusters, for example. And also putting a bit of a jab towards the mining industry, saying that, hey, even if the gold finishes, the tourism and the beauty and the heritage is still there. And I think the beauty of it all is that tourism and hospitality, especially tourism, can contribute positively to the environmental and sustainable goals of Zimbabwe. And she further spoke about the strategies that will be implemented to promote the hospitality and tourism clusters. I'd just like to make a few announcements, and the first announcement being that we have a press conference for all the speakers when we're done with our final session with our last speaker, and this will be done at Kwatema Room. Further, we'd like to thank our sponsors being Evotel Net 99, Hello Paisa, Mukuru Zertu Zida Zim SA Chamber, the President's Fund, Ashava Designs, Africa Alliance Holdings, Zim SA Business Chamber, Gateway Streams as well. And I think also something that's also something that we should acknowledge is the media efforts. We've been seeing it on our screens. JIT-TV, they've been streaming online, and we've had not even close to 250,000 online streamers. A round of applause for that. Hearing about the beauty of investing in Zimbabwe. And more than anything, the main countries that are trending are Canada and India. So thank you, Canada and India, for staying tuned. And we'd like to quickly play a media clip from yesterday's local channels. So please keep your eyes glued on the screen.
One of the measures was to do a lot of ease of doing business reforms in every sector of the economy,
And also, there were some restrictive acts. Those were repealed. For example, the Indigenization Act, which calls for any investor to own maybe 51% and the local owning 49%. So for now, government has opened all those avenues. When one comes to investments in the country, you can own 100%. Further to that, government has also come up with a plethora of incentives for investment.
Zimbabwe is on the charm offensive. It wants more investments in a number of areas around mining, agriculture, tourism, and others. A high-level delegation from government and key entities are engaging with potential investors in Kempton Park, Ekurhuleni. The regional bloc SADC says Zimbabwe will have to work hard to convince investors about its macroeconomic fundamentals.
This is why SADC messaging consistently has been total removal, unconditional removal of sanctions, so that Zimbabwe can then attract investment. Zimbabwe can then join meaningful activation of economic development like all the other 15 member states. So we're unrelenting on that one, and we want this to be done. Even this partial thing, I mean, on the head of state, who's bringing on these changes, who needs partnership, and they are placed, well, those that are placing those, they know they have their own reasons, but we are saying you need to remove that so that you open doors for business people to actually come into Zimbabwe. So it's an important element for us as SADC.
We are continuing part of our program to not just market Zimbabwe in terms of its endowments and all the things that you can get as an investor, but we are saying come and invest in the people of Zimbabwe, come and partner with us. So we are very pleased that at this investment conference, we are going to have the Minister of Finance and Economic Development and Investment Promotion. That's our Minister, Professor Mthuli Ncube. We are also going to have our Minister of Tourism, Honorable Barbara Rhodzi. But we do have Deputy Minister of Mines and Mining Development, Minister Kambamura.
The neighboring country recently introduced a new currency, and it hopes this is a bold intervention in stabilizing its economy.
Feeling on the ground is that the public has finally a currency that they can use. And in terms of figures, we have noted that the viability of its use has increased. I know that there are certain elements that want to believe that the uptake is poor. Yes, indeed, more work needs to be done to actually, make sure that the population is fully informed about this new currency. This, I can say, has been a new experience in that finally people understand that it is fully backed by assets.
Zimbabwe says it will continue to work with its partners in an attempt to rebuild its battered economy and ensure that quality of life is improved. Kylie Kumalo, SABC News, Kempton Park, Ekurhuleni.
And with that, we will be having breakaway rooms at the end of this session. And just kindly note that if you're interested in the mining sector, there'll be a breakaway room at the Tokoza room, and that's upstairs. And if you're interested in manufacturing, infrastructure, health, transport, energy, and communications, that will be at the Davidton, and that's also upstairs. And then also for those who are interested in agriculture, that will be taking place in the private dining area upstairs. And further, we will have the tourism. For those who are interested in tourism, we've been talking about it for quite some time now. That will be in the Duduza room, and that will be on the ground floor. And we also have the Tsakane room, which will be accommodating those in the finance industry. We have two more promo videos that we'd like to play for you. So do stay with your eyes glued on the screen.
In February 2020, the Zimbabwe Investment Development Agency Act was signed into law. This brought ZIDA to life. Now, what exactly is ZIDA and why do we need it? The Zimbabwe Investment Development Agency is a statutory body that was born from an act of parliament. Its biggest job is the promotion and protection of investments in Zimbabwe. ZIDA exists to make it easier for a business to invest in the country. ZIDA is a one-stop shop for local and foreign investors. What does this mean? Here's what was happening before. Before ZIDA, investors had to deal with many different agencies. These included the Zimbabwe Investment Authority, ZIA, the Joint Ventures Unit Act, the Zimbabwe Special Economic Zones Authority, ZIMSESA, and the one-stop shop, OSISC. These agencies have all now been brought under one roof as ZIDA. To invest in Zimbabwe, an investor needed many licenses. This meant that they had to go from one government department to the other. They had to go to ZIMRA, the Register of Companies, the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, the Zimbabwe Energy Regulatory Authority, councils, NSSA, EMA, and other arms of government. All this red tape discouraged investors, both local and foreign. Now, an investor will not need to go to all these departments. All these services will now be offered under one roof at ZIDA. This is the one-stop shop. Already, ZIDA has been involved in facilitating successful investments into Zimbabwe. This includes new investments in mining, agriculture, manufacturing, energy, and other key sectors of the economy. It is also ZIDA's mandate to assess all investment transactions. This is to make sure that they are done transparently and for the benefit of the country. This includes joint ventures, mergers and acquisitions, public-private sector partnerships, and all other investments into Zimbabwe. ZIDA also works with local companies to help them increase exports via bilateral relationships with other countries. Zimbabwe is making it easier for investors to enter the market. Zimbabwe is illustrating that we are truly open for business. ZIDA is a major part of that progress. Come to our one-stop shop. Come, let ZIDA help you access investment in Zimbabwe.
Welcome to Azambezi River Lodge, Victoria Falls. Nestled on the banks of the mighty Zambezi River, right on the edge of the national park, Azambezi occupies the most unique and finest spot with the tranquility and seclusion every traveler seeks. Each of its well-appointed rooms is either garden or river facing, allowing you to soak in the serenity of the environment. The award-winning restaurant Amlonga offers delectable cuisine, which includes our famous high teas. To explore Victoria Falls from this fine location, book any of our packages now. Azambezi River Lodge. Relax, refresh, replenish.
It's always so exciting seeing these adverts play. Doesn't it excite you? Yeah, it's very exciting seeing it. And also it's just the way they're promoting the beauty that is Zimbabwe. And I think there wouldn't be a more fitting topic that's coming up next, which is on tourism and branding for country positioning. And this is done by Dr. Tebe Ikalafeng. May we kindly give a round of applause for him.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the podium Tebe Ikalafeng. Tebe is the founder of Brand Leadership Group, a renowned Pan-African brand and reputation advisory firm. With over 100 diverse brands under his belt, including initiatives like Brand Ghana and Brand South Africa, Tebe possesses unparalleled expertise in building brands across the African continent. His insights into brand strategy and reputation management are invaluable in shaping Africa's business landscape.
Good afternoon, it's a good morning. As soon as technical got started, we also start. Using the wrong presentation. That's not me. Good afternoon. I think our technical is sleeping. The black one, the one I gave you myself. Let me just go wake up technical for 1 minute. Hello? In 1886, I don't know where some of you, was anybody born in 1886 in the room? Nobody was born in 1886. So you know in 1886, they used to things go better with Coca-Cola. And while they're doing this, all of us were buying Coke everywhere and go, because you know how we are, right? Because we love Coca-Cola. While we are doing that, they are sitting in Berlin and they're sitting around a table and they're discussing how to cut up our little continent. Everyone saying, I need a portion of that, a portion of that. And England says, I'll take Zimbabwe. And then, of course, they came with a big bubble. As Jomo Kenyatta once said, when the missionaries came to Africa, we had the land and they had the Bible. They taught us how to pray with our eyes closed. When we open our eyes, they had the land and we have the Bible. And I'm telling you, we are still praying because we love Jesus as Africans. And they love the land, and that's why we're still poor. Right? And when they come around to our continent, even they're still coming, by the way, today. I remember when Madonna came was trying to come into South Africa, they said, stay away from South Africa. Oprah's got that one. They say, you must go to Malawi. There's some space there for you can take over. And of course, France, the mother of them all, still holding on to the chains. They say, we are not letting go. And France is beautiful because they say, you know, you need the news straight from the bedroom. So what did they do? They gave us each a wife. They say, you cannot trust them if you don't give them a wife. They must be getting the news straight from the bedroom. And that's why we're having such big problems today. And they look at us and they say, they're a hopeless continent. After all that, and they come up with movies and we run and we line up the cinemas. And you know what I love about what Dave Schilling says? He says, the crazy thing about these movies is that a white man is coming to bring order to Africa. You've seen Tarzan, the movie, right? The white guy is the hero. And we are the desperate ones in our own land. Okay, recently they came with Black Panther, and we were all lining up the cinemas because we loved it. But I love what Zeksimda says. Zeksimda says, you know, today's generation, they're desperate for narratives that validate them and give them some modicum of humanity. And they've adopted an Americans-invented Africa, a fantasy that portrays them as heroes and scientists, contributors to the world of civilization. So we're not even writing our own story, because when they write our story, they say we are poor, we are corrupt, and we've got AIDS, and then they call us a shit country. What is a shithole when they talk about us? You know, and they say, do you know, Africa, anything that happens in Zimbabwe is Africa. So they pick any country in the continent, any problem in the country, any challenge is the challenge of the continent. And that's why you see now we're beginning to rebel. You want us, the Francophones, we are taking back our countries. And they say those countries are unstable. We are not unstable, we're just coming back for our land. And we know we can tell them stories about themselves as well. Because sure, they call us names. We have names for them as well, because we know exactly who they are. But they know themselves, right? But here's the truth. 99% of what you hear about our continent, as Fela Kuti says, is absolutely wrong. Because we need to be telling our own stories. But as the minister says, you can't tell your story if you don't travel the continent, if you don't travel. So I took that journey. I went to every single African country, all 60 of them. I know on the textbook they say there's 54. Don't believe them, there's 60. Because how else do you explain Reunion and Mayotte? Those are our countries. How do you explain Canary Islands? How do you explain St. Helena's? How could you own Reunion down here in Africa when you are there in France? So we need to come back for our country. So I've done all 60 of them because I wanted to make sure that I know my continent very well. And I did exactly what the minister says. You eat with us, you drink with us, you bungee jump, you take in all the experiences that make us African. Because the one thing that we need to do, which I love about what Jay Naidu once says, he says, everybody's got an agenda for Africa, but Africans don't have an agenda for Africa. So when we talk about Zimbabwe Vision 2030, we need to be, I hope we are serious that we are talking about our agenda. Has to be our agenda for Africa. And this is how we're going to set the agenda. So I'll give you some minister and all the ministers and everybody in this room who works for Zimbabwe, here are the 5 things we need to do if we are going to really, really, really take over our own countries again. First thing we need to do is to reclaim our identity. When we talk about Africa, we need to understand that we are no longer the colonists owned by Europe, America, and everybody else. We are 60 different countries, all at different levels of development, but we are who we are. We need to take our cultures back by speaking our own languages. So if you go to Ghana, I love that in Ghana, everybody's got a day name. I love that if you go to Ethiopia, which I think I've been to Ghana over 100 times, and Ethiopia probably close. Ethiopia maybe 50 or so many times. And when you go to Ethiopia, they speak their own language. They wear their own clothes. They pray their own God. And they don't care about Europe. Because, I was in some country the other day. I was in Rwanda 2 days ago. Sorry, I was in Rwanda 2 days ago, and before '94, the Belgians and the French had a good hold on them. So all of them were having French names. So I said to him, "Why is your name still French?" And he says, "Oh, for the visitors and the people, so it's easy." I said, "When you go to France, do they change their names to Takunda, to Tawana, and all those so that you can relate to them? So why are we relating to them? They must adjust to who we are." That's why I don't understand the Kenyans, because in Kenya now recently they say they can't dress like me. They're like, "Oh, you can't dress like Tebe. It's not allowed in our parliament. You need to dress like the Mzungus have taught you." That's why you don't understand even the Zimbabwean judges. The Zimbabwean judges are spending millions of dollars on those wigs. 50 years since Britain left, they are still holding on to that weave. Nobody talks about us as heroes. Nobody talks about the Battle of Isandlwana. Nobody writes stories about the Battle of Ajwa. When the Ethiopians withstood the Italians, they say, "You may try everything else in other countries. Here is war." And they did it with their bare hands. In reclaiming ourselves, our identity, I love what Sedbank said. They call us Africa. To us, this is home. The second thing that we need to do is we need to take back our culture. We need to take back our culture. There is everything right with this picture. Everything. Matter of fact, from now on, when we get invited to Europe, we should pitch up like this. No more 6-packs. I love what Ngugi wa Thiong'o says. Ngugi says, if you know all the languages of the world, but you don't know your mother tongue, you are enslaved. He says, but of course, if you know other language, if your mother tongue, and then you know the other ones, you're empowered. So we are not asking you not to speak Shona or Ndebele. We are just saying, can that be your first language? And then if we have capacity, we'll accommodate English. Because, part of taking our culture is to stop referencing people we've never heard of. Epicurus, Aristotle, Solon. I don't even think they existed. Because when you in Africa, when you start speaking about Credo Muta, they're like, he's into witchcraft. They're like, he's into witchcraft. Well, it's the same witchcraft that Epicurus had, that they teach us in university. But we know something about witchcraft as Africans. Because you guys know the little guy, right? Tokolosho, you guys used to call him. You know him, right? The little man. I grew up in Kimberley, so I don't understand this little man. But I just know one thing. In the evening, when the lights go down and the parents want the discipline, they say, I'm going to call the little man on you. And then when they say that, you have to disappear. Then they give you the salt, the rough salt. Then you put it on the gate. Because they say that the little man will just disappear when it comes onto the salt. But the truth of the matter is, little men probably never lived. But it's our culture, it's our beliefs. So we are entitled to that belief. We should not be laughing at it. Because you know what we used to do? I bet your mother used to do the same. Used to take the bed and put bricks, lift it there so that you are able to step onto the little man can't come on top. What we need to do is we need to make sure that we take those insights and create out of them. It's who we are. Because otherwise they will come here and they will take our ideas and they'll put them in Paris. Otherwise they'll come here and they tell us, when Sepp Blatter, most people know him as a thief, other people know him as the former president of FIFA. It depends on your perspective. When he came here, he said, South Africa, I need 50 million rand of stadia. And don't come up with those African things you guys come up with here. But when he saw this, which is based on an African calabash, he's like, my goodness, this is as good as Wembley. But it is purely African inspired. So all those properties you've been talking about, Minister, that have to be built there, they must look like Zimbabwe. So every time I go to Zimbabwe, and I was there 3 weeks ago again, or 2 weeks ago, I was in Zimbabwe, and I come to the airport, and I said, this airport is beautiful. By the way, the airport is incredible. The new Zimbabwe airport is the extension is amazing. And I was so excited to see the centerpiece is still there. I said, because that comes from our culture as Zimbabweans. And we need to keep them. We don't need to accommodate them. We need to reclaim our stories. We need to tell the stories our own way. As Fela Kuti once says, you cannot sing African music in proper English. I love Fela. That's why I'm a piano. We did not try, South Africans did not try and adjust to somebody. They say, this is how we do it. And the rest of the world has adjusted. And they say, we also want a bit of Amapiano. Everywhere you go to the Nigerians. Nigerians are amazing. Nigerians are amazing. They come up with a new movie every 5 minutes. They're like, hey, what plot? They were, what plot? We got a deadline. We need to launch in 5 minutes. And when you watch the movies, you know the movies, right? The movie is always about who slept with who is a witchcraft, who is ugly, who is sleeping with the priest. You know the stories. It's our stories. We should embrace them. We don't need to be like Hollywood, because Nollywood is not like Hollywood. Bollywood is not like Hollywood. Bollywood is very Indian. You know those songs. We don't understand them, but the Indians understand them. So we must embrace our stories as Africans. That's why when you see Burna Boy filling up the stadium at Madison Square Garden, singing Afrobeat, and we must embrace that. Because otherwise, as Miriam Makeba said, they will write the stories for us. Says the conqueror writes the history. They come, they conquer, and they write. You can't expect the people who came to invade you to tell the truth about you. So we need to write our own stories. We need to publish our own book. We need to reclaim our dignity. Because we are not cute monkeys, whatever they call us. Of course, you know the truth about, just between us Africans, we know the truth is our parents always used to say to us, oh, you little monkey. But only us can call ourselves that. Nobody else can call us that. Because we react very negatively. Nobody can come up with shoes that remind us of the days that were good for them. Nobody is allowed to tell us when we use their products, we go white. Yes, I know some people have gone from black to white recently. They eat drinking a lot of jig and wearing horse hairs, but that's not us. So there'll be a space for them as well in this world. When Sarki Bartman, they took her and they moved her to France and they made fun of Sarki. They're like, yo, Sarki! And then you ask the Zimbabweans, they say, Dako Vakomana Dako. And everybody wants to look like this. They are busy there, they are putting things, it's us. We are happy. That's why we need to adjust the products. That's what made Levi do so well. Because with Levi's, they said, when Levi's couldn't do well here, they say, why are you not doing well here? They put women around the room. And the women says, the jean can't go around Kilimanjaro. You need to make space for us. So they loosened up the jeans. And the jeans were a success everywhere in the world, not just in Africa. We need to take back our ideas. Because if you look at intellectual property, only 1.8% of the IP in the world comes from Africa. If you look at Britain, you look at China, you look at America, they're in the 20s. Because we come up with ideas every day. We're the most creative people, but we don't take ownership of our ideas. That's why the South Africans, they say we are going to fight the French, because the French wanted to say rooibos is theirs. I mean, come on now, France. Come on now. It even says rooibos. They say rooibos, trying to Frenchianize it. Or they even come and stole the socks from Maxhosa here in Joburg, and they put them up in Sarah. And they tried that trick in Ethiopia. They went to Starbucks, went to Ethiopia, and they took the coffees and they named them Ethiopian names. And the Ethiopian says, but you can't do that. They're like, how do you do this? They say, how much are you charging coffee? We went to your shops. They're like, we're charging about 24 bucks and so. They say, but you're only buying it for 2. How could you be going from 2 to 24? This is witchcraft. And the people at Starbucks, they say, no, there's no witchcraft. It's called branding. We take the product, we package it, we give it a story, and everybody comes for it. You Africans, you just look at it there, and you just sell it as it is. We package it, we give it a story. So guess what the Ethiopians then said? Let us learn how to write a story. They took the coffees, they packaged them, they fought with Americans for 3 years. Ultimately, they arrived at an agreement, and the Americans came to buy coffee again, and they said, how much is your coffee? And the Ethiopian says 24. Then how did you arrive at that? They're like branding. So they met each other halfway, and they said, okay, let's just meet each other at 12. It's better than 2, right? Then you speak to the Zimbabweans, they're like, hey, that Mazoi from Johannesburg is not the one. It's not even your one anymore because you gave it to the Dutch there in Schweppes. And then the Zimbabweans will tell you, hey, but it's from the Mazoi land, Mazoi Valley. We're like, we know, but you gave it away. So that's why when people now are talking about multi-choice being sold to Canal Plus, I said, there we go again. There we go again, Africans. We come up with ideas, and as soon as somebody puts a check on the table, we sell it. We make beer called SAB, somebody comes up with money, we sell it. And they're like, no, we have to maximize shareholder value. What about national value? What about national pride? What about the people's money? Because you see, if they love Mazoi so much, then they must order it from us. But we, no. The first offer, we take it, and we forget us. And Shona says, gonna kupetsa a heartbreak. This thing deals with all kinds of heartbreaks. Now you sold it out to everybody. What we need to do, folks, we need to stop blaming everybody, stop begging for money, stop borrowing. Let's just build our great brands. And how are we going to do that? We have to start with our countries. I think in many ways I began to tell the story of how we're going to do that. But we need to build the nation brand, Zimbabwe. Whether you like it or not, as Simon Arnold says, you are competing for a share of somebody's wallet. Because you are busy here competing for South Africa's money, Zimbabwe's money, or share of their wallet. So we need to focus our energies in terms of how we reshape this nation brand called Zimbabwe. Because otherwise, they will tell the stories for us again. Because remember, they used to call us a hopeless continent. Now they've come back, they say, oh, Africa is rising. So now they are determining the terms. They determine when are we hopeless and when are we rising. We are just bystanders in this continent called ours. But we know one thing. We know the GDPs are growing. We know the urbanization is growing. I stayed at Michael's 2 weeks ago, and I was like, wow, the development there, it's going to be something else when it's done. And that's a historic, legendary hotel in Zimbabwe. Folks, we are making babies. Please, that's not our problem. That one we are working on. That one we've always been good at. Do you know, the one minister in Uganda says to me, Tebe, let me tell you, here in Uganda, you look at a woman, That's 8 babies right there. Because population focus is not our problem. We're good there. Now let's put them to use to work for us, not for everybody else. Right? And then we've got the young ones. And of course, everybody's young these days. You know, they're youthful and they're useful. Okay, the parents say they're useless, but we know the truth if they're useful. Because 60% of the continent is under the age of 30, 70% under the age of 30. So if the country and the continent are so young, let's put them to use. Let's not get them to cross the border to go out of our countries. You know, I said to a friend of mine, Zimbabwean local, lives in South Africa. I'm like, I can't get it. Zimbabweans are crossing crocodiles. They are stepping on them, coming across here to South Africa. Me, I'm South African. If I see crocodile, even though my totem is crocodile, I will not get anywhere into that water. He says, that's the problem, Satebe. I said, what's the problem, George? He says, the problem is that you South Africans, you are focusing on the problem, not on the opportunity. So we need to think like that. We need to take that and bring that mindset back to our country in Zimbabwe, because we are much peaceful now than we used to. The little fights that are taking, the big fights that are taking place in the Francophone Africa, they are necessary for us to get back our land and our language and our money. And as someone says once, a brand is not what you say it is what other people say it is. So we need to tell the story. So if we want to make sure that they say the good things about us, let us plant the seed of what they should say. We're not talking about logos, folks. Logos are easy to come up with. I'm talking about highlighting, encouraging, reinforcing, communicating, and aligning all our attributes as a country. That's what we need to do, to tell a story. And you know, I was looking at the list, I'm like, which are the most attractive African countries? Again, we didn't say this. Some European company, Bloom Consulting, they've decided who are the most attractive countries. And they've said us, Zimbabweans, we are only number 24. I was like, hey, what do you mean we're number 1 to Zimbabweans? Because that's how we need to be thinking. We need to be thinking we are number 1 to Zimbabweans. So how do we maximize that and how we grow that up? Then I was looking at reasons for living, to find work and to escape economic. I think we can relate to that as Zimbabweans, because our job is quite simple. Is we want to make sure that the people don't leave the country. We need to give them a reason to stay. Like I look at South Africa, what is it? 60% people are on SASSA. That was 60 to 70% of South Africa is just waiting for somebody to feed them. Because, you know, like it's only 7% pays the tax of the 93%. And the rest are waiting for government to feed them. Instead of walking around the streets and saying, there's so much dirt, there's grass growing up. Instead of giving you a handout every month, why don't I double that and get you to work? And then you take that money back and you put it into the system. And I get VAT out of it, and I get... Professor says, you should be an economics professor. Because it's basic, it's common sense, right? But instead what we're doing, we are creating a continent and a country of dependents, not dependables. Our job is to tell the story honestly. Do you know, when Nigerians put up the story and they say they want to be seen as good people, great Nigerians, even the Nigerians didn't believe it. They're like, hey, they're like, no, they're like Minister of Tourism, and you slow down. That's not us. You know, we need to tell the stories honestly, right? So when you put up a story about Zimbabwe, you must believe it yourself. The people must believe it. Don't put something that looks good on a textbook. And we must speak our languages. We must speak our languages. I don't know why we want to relegate our languages to subsidiary, whatever it is. Our languages should be primary. When you come into Zimbabwe and people are speaking Shona and Ndebele, deal with it. It is a Shona and Ndebele country. So when we go to France, they don't try and change. When we go to Spain, they don't change. When we go to Germany, they don't change. They say, you must adjust in our country. And that's what we need to do. So what a nation branding does, it helps a country to have a common sense of purpose, identity, and national pride. That's what we need to focus our energies on. They say the most top brands, top nation brands, they say Nigeria, Egypt, South Africa, based on money, revenues, and all those. But you know, this is somebody else's estimation. We need to focus on our own estimation. They look at the most competitive nations, the least competitive. You know, when it comes to least competitive, they always put our countries in there. We always dominate those lists. But it's because we're not doing our own research. We need to be doing our own research. We need to create tourism products. The minister spoke a lot about tourism, because otherwise, this is a South African girl who was coming to visit, going to Africa, I hope I don't get AIDS. You're like, hey. And she happens to be South African, who was living in New York. Or as Kim Kardashian said, I met Kim Kardashian in 2000. That same year, I was in a bus with her, coming from the plane from Botswana. She's been in a bus from the plane to think. She was this short. She was like a Tokoloshi. And she was Reggie Bush, who was this tall, the American footballer. And just the day before she posted this, she says, welcome to Botswana, South Africa. Because she didn't know where she was. Because to us, we're all one country. We're all one country, right? We need to be in this list as Zimbabwe. We need to be in the list of the countries with the largest tourism receipts, because we've got the wealth. We've got the wealth of tourism product, whether it's the Victoria Falls, whether it's Hange, whether it's Matopos, whether it's Great Zimbabwe, it's Masvingo, whether it's Kariba, and there's tons. This is just a selection of the ones. But as Minister says, we need to get Zimbabweans first to love Zimbabwe. We need to get Zimbabweans to travel Zimbabwe. Because when Zimbabweans love and travel Zimbabwe, when others come to visit in Zimbabwe, we are able to tell them a better story about Zimbabwe. Because now who runs the tourism companies coming into our countries? Foreigners. Because our own people don't know the country so well. Because if you look at Africa's untapped potential for natural tourism, Zimbabwe is in the top 5 or 10. So we have what we need as a country. But the beauty about travel is that it helps you to discover that everyone is wrong about other countries. And that's why we love tourism. And that's why we need to move Zimbabwe up the rankings. But we're going to move Zimbabwe up the rankings if we do the things Minister has spoken about. Finally, we need to build great Zimbabwean brands. Because if we're not building great Zimbabwe, every time I look at Econet, I always say, Econet was first in Nigeria before MTN. First in Nigeria before MTN. And now MTN gets most of their money from Nigeria. And of course, I always look at Strive now. He lives in England, left South Africa. I'm like, why is Strive going to live in England? We are here. You can't make 80% of your money from Zimbabwe and live in England. But there's a problem of Africa. The problem of Africa is we don't put the money back into our countries. Right? So that's why 15 years ago, every single year for the last 15 years, I've been doing a study on Africa's most admired brands. And I look at the list of the brands, and only 17% of the brands that Africans admire are made in Africa. We have a problem. We don't love us enough. We don't love us enough because everybody else dominates us. And if you look at the number one brands overall, number one brands come from America, come from China, come from Korea, and you can see the brands. And in the continent, South Africa with MTN, Nigeria with Dangote, Ethiopia with Ethiopian Airways. Ethiopian Airways is amazing. It shows us when you put vision and action and leadership together, how things can work. They've got over 150 planes. The brands that we love in the continent all come from electronics, come from consumer and auto. But here's the interesting things. The categories of African brands, they're all around booze, money, food, and mobile. Because that's us. It must be happening. Our brands all come in their space, but when you look at their brands are all around auto technology and fashion, the things that make money. So we need to reorient ourselves in terms of how we think. So when you look at our vision to be a must-visit destination and leader in sustainable tourism by 2030, if you look at ourselves and says the vision for the country is to be open for investment to investors irrespective of origin, we must take that seriously. I must say, and that's just my side comment, is I actually had no problem with indigenization. I actually had zero problem with indigenization. But it is probably one of those problems in Africa, in our continent, where we don't implement things correctly. Because what do you think happens in America? That's indigenization. The brands that they support are American. The brands that the Switzerland, I think over 60% of the brands they support are Swiss. When American companies and brands wanted to get into China, You know, they wanted to bring Amazon, they wanted to bring Uber and all those. The Chinese, Ping says, can you just hold on a little bit? And called someone of his guys. He says, can you please set up Alibaba there for us? And they said, we're just going to close the borders just for 2 hours. We need to set up Alibaba. We need to set up a few of our own people to come up with businesses. And then Alibaba was booming. And the Chinese says, please, we're open for business. Anybody wants to come and compete, we're ready. And when Amazon came in, they're like, oh, we can't compete with Alibaba. They says, well, it's a playing field. Because, you know, how do you expect us to compete with the Amazons in our countries? It's almost like starting 100 yards back, the other guy is already there, and you expect to go 1,000 yards forward. Close the borders so you can focus on you pick the strategic industries and you say, for this, we are closing the borders. We are going to open them. We're not closing them forever. We just want to get to the starting lineup so we can compete properly. And if you're building this nation brand and you're doing it properly, it's about tourism, it's about exports, it's about governance, it's about investment in immigration, culture and heritage and people. Do you know, when I came back to South Africa from one of my other countries I've been to, it arrived at midnight at 12 o'clock. Now, because, you know, I don't look South African, somebody said to me, outside you look Zimbabwean. I said, of course I'm Zimbabwean, I'm every single country. And when I arrived there in South Africa, they said, sorry, where are you from? I said, you see, I didn't answer, I said, you can see the passport. They said, what is your name? I said, you can read English, that's why you're employed there. Do you know, they took so much time and wasted so much of my time because I looked dark and I was tired and I was dressed ragged. They took me out to the back and then they started speaking in South African language. Then I allowed them to speak. And they said, we must deal with this one. So I allowed them to speak. And when they finished speaking, now I spoke back to them in their language. I said, no, we are not going to deal with anybody here, but I'm going to deal with you. And when you wake up in the morning, you won't have a job, but I'll still have one. And they thought I was playing. Oh, I apologize, Mr. Kalafin, we just noticed it's you. I said, it doesn't work that way. You have to treat everybody who comes to your country equally, because all of us are equal because of the citizenship we have in the country. Finally, you need to have inspired leadership. I love what the late Mendes always said. He says, Africa needs leadership with clear plans and priorities to overcome our structural problems. So clear plans we need to have. And by the way, we had plans. In 1963, the day before the OAU was started, Kwame Nkrumah and 32 presidents, they came up with a plan. They said, what we need to do, we need to have a common market for Africa. AFCFTA. We need to come up with the African currency. We are still talking. We need to come up with the African monetary zone. The French still control the Francophone money. We need to come up with the African continental communication system, where if you go to the AU in Ethiopia, it was built by the Chinese. I'm sure they've plugged every single hole so we can hear what we're saying. We must have a common foreign policy and diplomacy. Well, they tell us what they want to hear from us. We must have a common system of defense. Well, when I landed in Somalia, in Mogadishu, my first stop in Somalia was in Mogadishu, because I said to my friend, should I go to Hargeisa? He says, that's not Somalia. He says, Somalia is when you're dodging bullets, you're dodging... He says, I won't respect you unless you go to Somalia. So I went to the real deal. I went to Mogadishu. When I land Mogadishu, as I'm landing, is UN aeroplanes, UN cars. I'm like, we're not even protecting ourselves. We need to have a common African citizenship. We're still talking. They talk about an African passport. Now they try, our leaders, they get together every year, February, in Addis Ababa. And in 2013, they say, we need to come up with a new plan for Africa. They repeated everything on this list. Our problem as Africans is not coming up with ideas. Our problem is implementing ideas. And that's what we need to do. And what we need, as Obama once said, we don't need strong men, we just need strong institutions. Because we build strong institutions, if you go get him Thuli, you take him out of Oxford, you take him out of there, and you say, you're one of the finest finance people, I want you to come and create a proper functioning financial infrastructure. That's when we are talking. We talked earlier about the diaspora. Go get them all back. They must all come home. Do what the Ghanaian says. Says, if you are living out there, we'll give you a passport. Come back here. If you got Zimbabwean ancestral heritage, we will give you a passport. Don't just come here as a corpse. That's why That's what Robert RG used to say. You will go buried in the passport you are carrying. Because, we give up our Zimbabwean passports and we go live in America. And when we die, we want to be buried. I want to be buried in my village. Well, your village is in Arkansas. Go back there. Kagame says development is about more than money and machines or good policies. It's about real people and the real lives they lead. That's what we need to do for the ordinary Zimbabweans. Everybody trusts business. So let's work better with business. Nobody trusts government. But what we need to do, we need to be accountable as leaders. We need to be transparent as leaders. We need to communicate as leaders. We need to be visible. Because I don't understand how we can be honest with us, among us boys and girls from Zimbabwe in the room. I was in Harare and I was dodging the potholes because I thought I left them in South Africa. And I was like, where is the Minister of Roads? That's why Lucas Mangupe, when he used to be around, and the people will come and complain, they say, Excellency, as us as the farmers, there's droughts, our crops are not growing. He used to come to Parliament and used to call up the Minister of Agriculture. Minister of Agriculture, please can you stand up? Why am I being called about the problems of agriculture when I've given you the job to be the Minister of Agriculture? We need to hold people accountable because our continent is not poor, it is just poorly managed. And folks, they are going to try and blame us on our past, the mistakes that we made. But as Naomi Campbell once said, I'm not going to be held hostage to my past. Because as I always say, as a continent, we've got the future and everybody else has got a past. Thank you.
Thank you to a very charismatic and passionate Dr. Thebe. I guess I don't need to summarize everything. I think you heard it all, but all, in essence, let's build brand Zimbabwe. Our next speaker will be speaking on manufacturing and agri-processing for export, and that is Alan Majuru, the CEO of ZimTrade. And I only request that, though you may be passionate, please keep it to about 10 minutes if you can. We are running behind time, so let's all give it up for Alan.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the podium Alan Majuru. Alan is the CEO of ZimTrade. His journey with ZimTrade began in 2014 with his remarkable leadership, leading to his appointment as CEO in 2018. He's also the board chairman of Zimbabwe's Agricultural Marketing Authority and has represented Zimbabwe nationally, including as country ambassador at the Intra-Africa Trade Fairs and as Commissioner General for the upcoming Osaka 2025 World Expo.
Thank you very much. I think to the organizers of this summit, next time such speakers put them last. They give us a hard time. I don't know how I'm going to walk through this, but I'm going to give it my best. Even if I do dry jokes, please clap for me, like what you're doing today. Thank you. Thank you. I need the encouragement. I'm not very much of a good speaker, but your encouragement is going to keep me here so that I'm informative. So the good thing about my presentation is a lot of things have been said, so I'm going to quickly rush through and stick to the key issues. I'm not going to mention all of that. I'm going to go straight into the trade performance. I think a lot of people have been talking about how our country and our economy is growing. And I think those figures say a lot in terms of exports. Exports have been increasing. Even imports have been increasing. But we still have a trade deficit. But the good thing is the increase in imports is not about importing trinkets. It's more of importing machinery, equipment, etc. So it's showing signs of a vibrant industry as we go. So that is something that is positive, that is coming up from there. Just to give you a synopsis of where our goods are going, the good thing is South Africa has remained our key trading partner for the past years. You look at 1992 and 2023. I think 1992 is one of our, when we were at our peak, and South Africa is there, and even now it's there, followed by UAE and China. This is just to give a breakdown in terms of value, in terms of what's coming to South Africa, and also what's coming to UAE and China. So it's a key trading partner. But in terms of the products, if you can see, in 1992, we're doing more value-added goods and services. And fast forward to 2023, we're doing more of commodities and minerals. So if you ask me where to put your money in terms of investment, I think you've got your solution. We are literally exporting jobs, we're exporting value. We need to make sure that that value and those jobs are contained locally. So this is a place where you can play in terms of value addition in minerals, in tobacco, even in horticulture. There's a lot of scope there. On the manufactured exports, I think this is just showing the percentage that is there. And as you can see, the bulk of our exports are mainly dominated by minerals and commodities. And the manufactured space is very low. It's a challenge on its own, but it also presents an opportunity for people to play in that field in terms of growing exports, because that's where we get more value in terms of doing business. This is just a synopsis of what happened last year in terms of exports in the manufactured sector. I think household electricals, packaging, chemicals, etc. were quite dominant, but building and construction inputs went down. Sorry, you're right. This is just the trade with South Africa. I think I'll just rush through it. This is what we're trading. I want to go to focus more on the opportunities. I think what is key, our Mazoe was there, and to be honest with you, what the previous speaker said about Mazoe, that is what I wanted to say. So since it has been said already, I'm not going to repeat. It's our Mazoe. And also, I think we've got other brands like our Cerevita, etc., that are coming through. And if you go on Amazon, we've got a sauce called Dr. Trouble. It's a chili sauce. So imagine if you're eating chili called Dr. Trouble, it causes a lot of trouble. But this is being made in a remote area in Zimbabwe called Gurue, and it's on the top 5 list of sauces in terms of being bought on Amazon. So it tells you a story about the quality of our products. And this is what is being said by most of the buyers that source from Zimbabwe. We are producing quality goods. And what we want here is we want people who can also assist us in terms of distribution for these goods that we produce. Leather, I'm not going to talk much about that, but we've got one big leather company called Padenga. I think they are one of the biggest suppliers of Hermes and Louis Vuitton. If you've got those expensive bags here, just know that piece of the leather crocodile is coming from Zimbabwe. So there's massive opportunity to even scale up and invest in crocodile leather production. And one key selling point, and this is us, we are organic. We've got a non-GMO policy that has been helping us market ourselves as Zimbabwe. So most of the foodstuffs you get from Zimbabwe are purely organic. So when I talk to people, especially after COVID, we are no longer selling products, but we are saving your pockets by making sure that you eat healthy so that you don't go and buy expensive medication. We are no longer selling products, but we are making you live longer. I think the story of blueberries have been mentioned. The Honorable Minister of Finance is not here, but I'll tell you what happened in Dubai. But please don't tell him because I still want my job. Pemsek, Vumbe, this stays between us. So we're in Dubai and the Honorable Minister ordered blueberries and they were quite tasty. And I told him, no, they are from Zimbabwe. That's why you are saying there are people who are packaging our products and pretending that they're coming from somewhere when they are from Zimbabwe. That's the story that happened what? In Dubai. But I don't think I can get fired for that. It's a simple, straightforward story. But this really happened. So if you look last year, Zimbabwe is one of the emerging countries when it comes to blueberry exports. And there's massive opportunity to grow. And I think for me, what's key is there's something that you cannot take away from us. Number one, our weather. You have weather here and elsewhere, but there's something peculiar about our what? Our weather that gives good supply windows to Europe, to the Middle East in terms of the product. But also, it makes the taste quite good. I always tell people, if you go to Europe right now, if you buy blueberries, if they taste nice, don't look at the label, they're coming from Zimbabwe. That is my story, and you have to believe me, because it's true. So our blueberries are number one, and I'll stick to it. And nothing about other blueberries, but I'm talking about the Zimbabwean ones. But what is also key is the labor that we use and also ourselves. So it's a combination of issues. Yes, you can go and grow blueberries anyway, but they will not taste as nice as in Zimbabwe. If you want nice tasting, healthy blueberries, come and grow them in Zimbabwe. The same applies for mashed and sugar snap peas. Even our sweet potato. What's in demand right now is Berwick Garden Covington varieties, and we've got those. But the good thing is, when you do those things, you are now empowering communities. I've spoken about some of the things, herbs. You see, these projects don't cost a lot. I know some of you are interested in mining projects that cost $1 billion. But between us here, if we can put 40,000, we can generate a business that can give us a lot of returns and even uplift communities. In terms of herbs, we are not selling herbs, but we are selling a product that reduces diabetes, heart disease, and cancer. Executive Secretary, if you eat these, you are going to live long enough to see your grandchildren. I don't know where you're getting your herbs from, but I will encourage you to get them from Zimbabwe so that you live long enough to tell this story to your grandchildren that Zimbabwe saved my life. So we've got a deal, eh? Thank you. So this is what we are doing. But the good thing about doing these all things, we are not just making money, but we are lifting communities out of poverty. We are making communities have income, and especially the women-led enterprises and also the youths. They're the ones mostly benefiting from this. So you can come through and have business. And also, as I've said, I'm not selling products, I'm selling your health. We have got these products. They can be grown elsewhere, but ours, I'll tell you, they've got healthy bacteria in the gut. This I was told by my team. That is fact. I don't know whether it's true. But they said these prebiotics, 5 minutes. Okay, thanks. And it's written, wrap up, please. Okay. So they help in metabolism, they boost immunity and prevent certain diseases. So this is what we're selling to the people. The coffee has been spoken about. If you go to Switzerland and if you drink coffee, and if it tastes nice, know that it's coming from Zimbabwe. This is where the coffee from Eastern Highlands is coming from. But we need more investments in terms of growing the plantations for them to be big. Our Tanganda tea is used for blending. And as they say, our tea will lift you up. I know there's a lot of tea here, there's robust, but the only tea in the whole world that will lift you up is Tanganda. And I stick to it. So you need to drink Tanganda so that it lifts you up. Cosmeticals. So one good thing that we're given by God, and I like the previous presenter, he touched on this. We have got moringa, we've got marula, we've baobab. These are God-given. We don't water them. We don't put pesticides. We just go harvest and process, and we use them. And they are very, very, very healthy. So in short, our job is to make sure that they're organic. And we've done a very good job on that. Unfortunately, Honorable Barbara Rhodes has left, but if you saw her skin, it's looking very nice. She's using these products, but she won't tell you. So then tell you that I told you that she's using these products. I've also had the word with the Minister of Finance. He has started. You can see now these products. And again, you can buy them anywhere else. I don't know whether they have the same effect, but if you get them from Zimbabwe, you will not go wrong. Even myself, I've started using them. My wife said I'm looking much younger. I don't know if that's true. To my colleagues, I've received the reviews on this. Actually, I've received the review. Please cut that media. My wife will kill me. I've received the review for my wife that these things are working. So I would encourage all of you to come and what? It's review, not reviews. I've received the review for my wife that these things are working. So I will encourage you to also buy them so that you can receive a review from your spouse or wife that these things do work. Thank you. And also, we were in Europe quite recently, and we went with what you call jugo beans or bambara nuts. Quite a hit, huge in protein. Even baobab powder, I'm told it's selling for $15 a kg. You can get it from Zim at 2-3. But the issue is, how are we going to benefit if we do this? So we are working a lot in terms of value addition of this. And these are projects that require minimum value, but also at the same time empower communities and we grow exports. And potential in agro-processing, I think this is some of the work that we're doing. We're having pineapples go to Netherlands. We are now focusing on organic honey. You know, a bottle of honey that is organic, the same price for $4 you can get in Zim, but organic you get for $15 in Europe and elsewhere. So we're working on that. Even sesame, we're working on trying to extract sesame oil. We've got a lot of nice blueberries, but the small ones that are not exported or eaten, we're trying to make sure that they're converted into gems. That's a use of massive investment opportunity. Macadamia nuts, the oil is very nice. So there's also opportunity there. We've got tomatoes that are, just 1 minute. You can write again. Tomatoes that are rotting, but there's massive opportunity to what? To also value it. Even bananas, etc. I'm told that there's a shortage of duck fare, even in South Africa, for interior design. Come and do ducks in Zimbabwe for the fare, not for the meat. I'll eat the meat, you take the fare, and then you export. So massive call to action. The time to wait for the wait and see attitude is over. It's either you watch things happen or you ask what happened, but I would encourage you to make things happen. So let's move together to make sure that we make Zimbabwe great. And I would encourage you to visit our site to see some of the products that we have to offer. And finally, thank you. You see that picture behind is of Victoria Falls. That's the view you only see from Zimbabwe.
Thank you so much, Mr. Alan Majuri. Like he said, they're all about lifting communities out of poverty. And our next speaker is Ms. Sekai Kuvarika. Did I pronounce it well? Did I? No? I'm going to try again. I won't stop. I'll stay here. We'll leave at 6 p.m. I'm kidding. Ms. Sekai Kuvarika. Kuvarika. There we go. She's the CEO of the Confederation of Zimbabwe Industries, and she'll be speaking on growing the manufacturing sector. May we please give it up for her.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the podium Sekai Kuvarika. Sekai serves as the Chief Executive Officer of the Confederation of Zimbabwe Industries. With expertise in business associations and economic development, Sekai is a prominent figure in advancing Zimbabwe's private sector. Her leadership fosters strategic business growth and enhances the country's economic climate.
Thank you very much. Allow me to ride on the protocols that have already been observed. I'll also request that I stand on the confidence derived from the presentation that was made by our Honorable Minister of Finance on the macroeconomic policy environment and what our government is doing to ensure that the environment is sustainably conducive for business and for investment. I'm going to talk about growing manufacturing, and I'll start by talking about growing manufacturing in the context of the gateway to the CFTA. Then I'll cover an aspect that we are calling manufacturing for manufacturing, and I'll talk about SME opportunities in manufacturing. So how can investment spur manufacturing growth in Zimbabwe? So investment in key enablers in the economy will enable business, but is in itself good business. And I wanted to highlight the energy sector here because manufacturing is going to grow powered by electricity, as we know. And I would like to thank the government because they've put in place the policies that will make independent power producing a viable venture. And I'm sure the minister has already spoken to that. And when we are looking at the manufacturing sector, we've got quite considerable demand for alternative power sources, particularly solar power, which the companies would like to partner with people that would like to invest in this, in energy as a service to the manufacturing sector. Then again, investment in technology, in industrial upgrading, is really going to be one of the key elements in terms of the types of investment that can go into manufacturing. So you find that the investment requirements in most of the manufacturing sector is about technological upgrading or modernization of manufacturing plants. So either companies are expanding or they are building new units, but the key investment that is needed there is basically technology. Sorry, I've forgotten that. I've got a clicker here. Okay. Okay, so manufacturing is really attracting or is in need of technological upgrading. So investment into technology in manufacturing, modern technologies, is one of the key interventions that are needed in investment. And then, of course, investment in manufacturing for manufacturing, which is the manufacture of intermediate goods. And this is so that we can play in the manufacturing value chains. I've got two examples that I just wanted to give. One is related to technology investment, and this is the packaging industry in Zimbabwe, for example. So our local market size for packaging is plus or minus $300 million annually, and our current installed capacity is about 70% of that market size. And our current capacity utilization is 50% of that 70%. So there's probably $150 million on the table, which requires investment in packaging plants, modern technologies in the packaging industry. So we import quite a bit of packaging because we cannot meet the quality and the price requirements for the industry at the moment. So that's an opportunity right there. And there are several packaging companies in Zimbabwe that you can invest in, that you can partner with, so that they can expand and modernize their plant for a market that is actually ready for the taking. Also, when you look at some of the constraints are related to scale. And most of the competition is coming from large-scale packaging manufacturers. But because we are now looking at the CFTA market, investing in a Zimbabwean packaging can also provide the scale that will make them price competitive and they are able to supply the CFTA market. And the margins here are quite good. I remember talking to one company and their net profits were in the region of 15 to 18%. Not bad. I also wanted to highlight an example of the technology gap that we are talking about. So we mine petalite in Zimbabwe in a place called Bikita. And according to the Japanese, the Zimbabwean petalite is the best quality in the whole world. We've been mining petalite for the past 60 years. We have not manufactured from petalite. We have exported petalite. But it is the ingredient that goes into the production of the beautiful Japanese ceramics that we see. It goes into the manufacture of corningware and some glassware. But the gap that we have there is a technology gap. So there are several other minerals and resources that we have that could actually benefit from technology investment. If we invest in technology, the raw materials are in Zimbabwe. If we can create products from there, then we all win. I will now talk about the CFTA imperative for growing the manufacturing sector, and this is a huge opportunity. The World Bank did a study and says Zimbabwe is one of the biggest potential beneficiaries of the CFTA. If you look at that list, at that graph, you see that we are number 2 after Cote d'Ivoire, and we could probably grow our GDP by plus or minus 12.4% from the CFTA. So we are a good manufacturing investment destination if one wants to benefit from the free continental trade area. We can become a hub for that manufacturing. I just want to qualify this graph a little bit. What it says is that if we do all the things that we are supposed to do, look at our environment, look at trade facilitation, and all the other measures that we are supposed to take to make sure that we are producing the goods and services to trade in the CFTA, we will get that benefit. If all of us do the same, you can see that this graph is hugely in favor of Zimbabwe as a destination for your manufacturing investment as we look into the CFTA coming into force. The other element about this is that we will be a country with a growing GDP. So we will be a country with a growing market that can consume other goods and services that you may invest into. So there's a huge imperative for manufacturing, and we are in agreement with our authorities, with our principals in government, the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, that there is going to be a concerted effort to ensure that we reap the maximum benefit from the opportunity presented here. I'll just highlight a few examples of some of the CFTA-related manufacturing areas that are opportunities in the country. So part of the continent's demand that they are importing from other destinations can easily be shifted to Zimbabwe. And this is in the areas where we already have comparative advantage. And sugar is one of those for the manufacture of other sugars, glucose, fructose, etc. We currently do not manufacture glucose. We do have sugar, the table sugar that we know, but we don't manufacture glucose and fructose. Then cotton lint is another area that we have comparative advantage, and this is for the manufacture of yarn. The country could do with other plants that can actually produce yarn, which is a more value-added product. And when we look at raw hides and of bovines for leather and leather products, manufacture of leather from tanned skins of reptiles and other areas. So I'll just highlight maybe the market size, the CFTA market size that you could get by investing in those areas, or the market size that will be an opportunity if you are manufacturing in Zimbabwe. So for lint, for example, you are looking at, if you are only doing lint, you are looking at 356 million continental market size, but yarn has a market size of about 542 million, which is about $500 million on the continent. And we have the cotton, we have the expertise in growing cotton, we have a mature sector that is very experienced, and we can work with our government and with the private sector to ensure that there is investment, there are policies that enable that we can actually access a significant part of that market. And of course, leather, processed leather, is close to $1 billion on the continent. And other sugars are close to $326 million on the continent. And we have the raw material, the primary raw material for this, we have in the country. So we invite you to come and invest in manufacturing in these areas. So in these areas, you can partner with existing companies that are also operating and manufacturing these, or there are also opportunities to set up completely new entities. But we do believe that the numbers, when we look at the continental market, are quite significant and worth your while in investing in. Another example, if you look at our cotton manufacturing, this is just an expression of the value addition and the increase in value as we invest in yarn. And from lint, you can see that is a 50% value created just by turning the lint into yarn before you export it. And of course, we do have world famous cotton. If you know about the Momotoro jeans, you will know that these retail at about $300, $350. Of course, unlike the Ethiopian coffee, they are actually labeled that they are made with Zimbabwean cotton. So we do have a world famous and world acclaimed cotton quality that goes into very expensive denim wear, as you can see. So the cotton value chain is a good area to invest manufacturing capabilities in. I'll now move on to our manufacturing for manufacturing. And this is a good area for large entities, but it's also a good opportunity area for medium-sized manufacturing initiatives. I'll first highlight the import dependency of the manufacturing sector, which is quite significant. But I'm highlighting it here to emphasize that this is a huge opportunity, as it were. If we can localize some of the intermediate goods manufacturing that we are importing, because what we now realize is that we do, and this is the case, I'm sure, across quite a number of countries on the continent, that we are manufacturing close to the finished goods, but the value chain in terms of the various value additions and sophistications that go into creating intermediate goods that are used in manufacturing is happening outside the continent. That's why we are not significant players in the global value chains. But the opportunity is here. And the CFTA makes a good opportunity for manufacturing so that we can supply the continent. But even at a local economy level, just by replacing some of these intermediate goods, we can create enterprises for entrepreneurs that are looking for business opportunities that they probably don't recognize have ready demand for products. Because the manufacturers would rather buy these products locally and not need to import them. Just to emphasize the point, the importation of raw materials and intermediate goods into the country in 2021 was about 2.7 billion US dollars. So if we could replace part of that into locally manufactured intermediate goods, we could easily come up with a $1 billion intermediate goods manufacturing industry with a ready market, because the manufacturers are there. And because these industries, we are not producing these products at the moment, we believe, and we have had discussions with the Minister of Industry and the Minister of Finance, that they could come up with promotional and enabling policies to ensure that this is actually done. So as such, you could look at equipment into manufacturing. We could negotiate that the equipment be treated the same way that probably mining equipment is treated. We are mining above the ground, but we are mining value all the same in the manufacturing sector. So equipping the sector, because quite a number of these are just an absence of a plant. And for medium-sized enterprises, it's a huge opportunity. I'll give just one simple example, and this is to do with the manufacture of mayonnaise. I always like to give this because it's the simplest. We use egg yolk powder in the manufacture of mayonnaise, but we don't have a plant for the production of egg yolk powder. But we have eggs, and we produce hundreds of tons of mayonnaise, which we consume in the country before we even export. So some of it is SME type equipment that may be needed, and it will actually help us to leapfrog and achieve very quick growth if we seize the opportunity in the manufacturing segment of the manufacturing sector. And this is an opportunity. I'll just run through the others that you see. I think I'll just go through the numbers so that I don't spend too much time. If you look at caustic soda, we are importing about $8 million. We are not sure whether our salt deposits have feasibility for this or whether there's need for further exploration to ensure that this is actually feasible in the country. We've got kraft paper, because we do produce cotton, but we are not value adding the cotton stocks. Although we are harvesting the cotton and using it for lint and yarn, but we are not using the stock itself, yet it's actually quite a valuable product that could be used in the production of kraft paper. Again, these are the numbers you are looking at. For corrugating paper, you are looking at about $7 million, and for kraft paper, you're looking at about $15 million annually. And the cellulose industry is another one, and apparently cotton stocks actually have more cellulose than we have from wood and other materials. And we've got, that is currently waste in the country. And those that know about cotton farming also know about the stress of disposing of cotton stalks after harvest. Imagine if we were taking the cotton stalks for further processing to actually produce valuable goods. $19 million US annually as a market for a medium-sized enterprise is a very decent income. The others are pigments and coloring. I'm not going to go into details. We can always share this information later. Calcium carbonate is another one that is used in the production of paint products. The primary raw materials are available in the country. Ammonia gas. So what do we need? Obviously, we need investors. And because we have a very experienced industrial base in the country, we've got people that you can partner with in these business areas. I just wanted to highlight something that was not on my initial plan to highlight, but I thought it important to highlight. And this is opportunities that lie in IP development in the country. And in the non-timber forest products, some of which Alan spoke to, we've got a gap in IP acquisitions in the country. We are producing foods from non-timber forest products. We are producing cosmetics. But the IP in formulations of these ingredients and other extracts that are coming from these is not sitting with us or is not happening at home. It is happening elsewhere. So we also need investment in that space. For those that have a long-term view, it takes a while to establish IP. This is an industry in which we can also establish some IP assets for the economy, as it were. So there's IP in formulations, also in the propagation and domestication of the forest resources that we have. And I'll give one of the examples is, I think it's in the US or in the UK, the Blue Sky Botanics have acquired quite a number of IP products from the baobab that is imported from Zimbabwe. We could do more science and more research to ensure that we actually achieve that and actually acquire that IP for the country. I'll then highlight what we do as CZI. We curate opportunities in the manufacturing sector. We highlight them to you as I have just done. And we work with our principals in the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, the Ministry of Finance, to discuss policy options that could make these a business and an economic reality. We also provide potential investors with a business regulatory environment appraisals and accompaniment on the business regulatory environment. And we lobby with the government to unlock these opportunities that we believe are going to be a win-win opportunity if they are actually realized. We do believe that going forward, a private, public policy and business strategy to the manufacturing opportunities that are presented by the CFTA opportunity that is before us is going to unlock the policy, the necessary policy environment to ensure that investors can rush and actually extract value and create value with us. We also believe that the growth in the mining sector and in the agricultural sector should be viewed again as an opportunity for manufacturing, because we have capabilities to manufacture inputs and implements for agriculture. So we supply the agriculture sector and then we process the output from agriculture. So there are quite significant opportunities there. The same with mining. We also believe, I heard the Honorable Minister for Tourism highlighting some of the tourism thematic areas. And I believe that we will also be visiting you, Honorable Minister, to talk about industrial tourism. We believe we've got quite iconic industrial places. We've got some of our packaging in the country has world acclaim, is probably competing with the best in the world. So we do have some factories that we can show off as well. And we would like to also participate in the tourism agenda for the country. With these words, thank you. I'm available here for further conversations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, the growth of the manufacturing sector in Zimbabwe holds immense potential for economic development and sustainable growth. And now we'll be closing with the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development and Investment Promotion. That is Mr. Andrew Mvumbe. May we kindly welcome him on stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the podium Andrew Vumbe. Andrew is founder and director at Country Agro International and Bladefields Marketing. With a focus on tobacco and small-scale irrigation solutions, Andrew's enterprises play a vital role in agriculture and sustainability. His innovative approach to farming solutions contributes significantly to Zimbabwe's agricultural landscape.
Anyway, thank you very much. Allow me to write on the protocols, all protocols observed. Now, I've been given the task of, by His Excellency, my ambassador, to go through what are the main items coming out of this two-day summit in terms of unpacking the investment opportunities and the incentives. Well, let me first of all go through the issues I've picked up, and then we can have a conversation if there are any issues. I think what is coming out clearly is that the whole forum summit is really guided by NDS1 in terms of the issues relating to structural transformation of the economy. I think this is coming out very clearly. Zimbabwe moving from up the global value chains. I think this is a critical issue I'm picking. And then secondly, the issue of ZIDA. I might be controversial now. I've not seen a single ZIDA poster or anything, and yet they are key player in investment promotion. So I'm wondering why. I don't know, but it's for some other time to discuss. But I think we need ZIDA to be playing their critical role of unlocking business opportunities in Zimbabwe. So let's hope going forward we can see them playing a prominent role in this issue. Then the third issue, I picked the issue of branding Zimbabwe. I think this is critical to say we want to Zimbabwe as an investment destination. I think Tebe was very clear. He gave us 5 issues. We need to reclaim our identity, our culture. We need to reclaim our narrative, our dignity, and our ideas. I think this is critical for us as we move forward. And he gave a very good quotation, which I've taken up. A brand is not what you say it is, it's what they say it is. So I think that's something we need to pick as we go forward with our investment promotion. And then I think also the summit focused on accelerating investments in economic transformation. I think it came out clear the issue of infrastructure investments, really, and the issue of value addition in agriculture, mining, manufacturing, and also the value chains targeted. They came out clearly. The issue of agribusiness, green economy, minerals from the Deputy Minister, Honorable. He gave us quite a good expose of what they are doing. The issue of lithium, cobalt, copper, and the electric vehicle value chains. All those things, this came out very clearly. The issue of food security investments in irrigation infrastructure as well are issues which we discussed. So going into the deeper issues, I think for me, what I'm taking home is for investments to be viable in Zimbabwe, the issue of the energy sector, investments in energy. Without energy, we cannot do any transformation, and this is a key enabler. So investors, diasporans, I think we need to move in and come in very hard to ensure that we guarantee energy self-sufficiency. Again, if you look at the gap analysis, the demand for energy in Zimbabwe right now is about 1,900 megawatts. And this is projected to grow to 5,200 megawatts by the year 2030. So obviously there's an opportunity there to close this gap. So again, we have issues relating to independent power producers in renewable energies, solar, wind, and waste to energy production. I think one area which is lacking in Zimbabwe is the wind energy. We haven't seen any movement in wind energy. And then again, it came out very clearly that the government is supporting independent power producers. We have recently approved over 750 megawatts projects in IPP. We still need more for us to close the gap. So there's an opportunity there. And then there's another huge opportunity again in the Batoka Gorge Hydro Scheme, which again, I feel strongly the private sector can play a critical role as we try to close the energy gap in Zimbabwe. So the energy sector, there is a huge gap which can be filled through investments from the diaspora and other interested investors. The second sector, which came out very clearly as an enabler, again, is the under infrastructure is the roads, in terms of how do we have the roads together with the rail support, that is rail and road infrastructure. I think without these investments will continue to be costly, and we need to move very swiftly how we focus on the rail and road infrastructure. I think there have been estimates that Zimbabwe needs over 26 billion in investments in these areas over the next 5 years. So yes, here's an investment opportunity. And again, the diaspora funding can play a big role here in terms of crowdfunding for some of these investments. And for Zimbabwe, again, the emphasis is Zimbabwe, we are at the center of the hub. We have the opportunity to open routes to Maputo, to other ports, and where we feel that strongly that where we see gaps in other destinations in terms of the ports of exit, I think we can be a hub where we shorten the distance to the export markets through various connectivity around other routes which we can exploit. So we need a very strong and efficient rail and road network infrastructure as investment. So again, there's an opportunity within Zimbabwe, the issue of our national railways of Zimbabwe, the rehabilitation and upgrade of this national railway system. I think this is very critical. Again, opportunities in investments in domestic and regional hubs and trunk loads, which includes the ports in Mozambique, which I have told. And then this will be critical for the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. We cannot trade without logistics, without transport, without connectivity. So again, this is going to be very, very critical investments for us, including the modernization of entry points, such as the Forbes border post, the Chirundu border post. All those are critical going forward in terms of investment opportunities. The other third sector we picked up is the issue of agriculture. In agriculture, again, I think there are opportunities for investment arising from the impacts of climate change. We have seen the threats from climate change in terms of productivity and food security in Zimbabwe. There is a definite need to invest in irrigation infrastructure. This is a priority for the country to build the climate resistance in agriculture and to enhance productivity. That is both for the smallholder schemes and also for commercial agriculture. That's a huge investment wave. I think they say Zimbabwe is the most dammed country in Africa, not dammed as in dam, but in DAMS, dams. So we have the dams, we have the infrastructure, so we need, in terms of the water, and what we need now is to develop the irrigation infrastructure to utilize this water. So in terms of irrigation, the government is targeting really 350,000 hectares by the year 2028 in terms of irrigation infrastructure. There is already a gap of 133,000 hectares at an estimated cost of over $650 million US dollars. So there is an opportunity there in terms of us articulating the use of the water bodies we have and making investments in infrastructure. And then also the issues of the agribusiness came through very clearly. I enjoyed the presentation from Zimtrade, where we're really looking at the issues of value chains and agro-processing, which I thought also should be included, the issue of input supplies from CZI. They made a good case for input supplies and processors. All those issues came out very clearly in terms of what we need to do as a country. And then I also picked from Zimtrade the issues of extensive opportunities in the vegetables, horticulture, etc. And these again, I'm happy CZI confirming the comparative advantage of the cotton to clothing value chain. I think that's a low hanging fruit which we can exploit and benefit from the linkages with Europe, with the Americas, China, etc. So again, we are very clear that we have identified some of these low-hanging fruits which we can exploit through investments from you investors attending the summit. The manufacturing sector, again, the opportunities are there. We've seen the presentations, strategic partners, joint ventures. Again, the issues of the textiles, vehicle assemblies, and component and chemicals, all these came out very, very clearly as opportunities which we can, as opportunities which we can exploit, and really confirming that the cotton to clothing value chain is one of the key low-hanging fruits we have. The beauty about the cotton value chain, the producers are small-scale holders, farmers. We increase their livelihood by paying them good prices, and they participate in the value chain. So again, in terms of poverty reduction and livelihoods, this is a low-hanging fruit which we need to exploit. And then one other area which the agro-industrial parks, again, it's something which did not come out very clearly here, but I think government as well is promoting the establishment of agro-industrial parks as drivers of food processing sector. Again, the concept is very clear. It's based on concentrated industrial estate where we have processing and promoting agri-food value chains, including the crops themselves, livestock, dairy, etc. So again, these are very critical and government is very keen on these, and these are based purely on public and private partnerships. So these will facilitate investment in Zimbabwe, and I think this is also within these parks. There are various activities which need investments, things like warehouses, cold storage facilities, logistics, etc. So within that framework, again, there are investment opportunities which are very, very clear. Then again, I would like to inform you that Zimbabwe and Zambia they've agreed to set up a common agriculture industrial park, which is focusing on cotton, maize, wheat, rice, soybeans, sugar, livestock, leather, and dairy. So this program is expected to contribute to Zimbabwe's capacity to participate within the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. So this is another concept which I think we need to discuss further as an opportunity for investment in Zimbabwe. And I like the regional approach where we are working with other countries and partnering other countries in this regard. The other sector which needs also attention and investment is the digital economy. I think Zimbabwe's growing ICT sector really presents a huge investment opportunity in the provision of digital services. We have also a young and tech-savvy population, which is also relying on digital platforms. And also we boast of a highly advanced human capital base as well, which augurs well for investments in infrastructure networks. So that's another area which I think we need also to be benefiting from investments from outside in terms of the infrastructure, the skills in artificial intelligence and blockchain technologies. All these issues I think we need to invest in. And then the issue of nationwide infrastructure that can promote the usage of technology in such sectors as mining and the health. So we see that this is an opportunity for us, and I would like to inform you that the government in 2018 developed a national IT policy, which is now in place and has created the environment for the development of the digital economy. So that's a huge, huge opportunity there as well for investment. The mining sector, I won't go into, the Honorable Deputy Minister is going into this, but for me, my focus, I think for Zimbabwe now going forward, we need to focus on the green minerals. I think there's a huge opportunity to exploit our lithium, cobalt, copper, and graphite, which play a critical role in the renewable energy technologies, in the solar panels, wind turbines, green hydrogen production, electric vehicles, and the issue of battery storage. We visited in China the place where they are making these batteries. It's amazing. But the only issue is, can we do it in Africa? Can we do it in Zim? The issue we need, I spoke about energy. We need energy. Without energy, we cannot make the batteries locally. So again, we need key enablers in that area. So we can contribute to the green energy transition through investments and win-win partnership with key investors in the green mineral value chains. I think that's a huge potential which we can ring fence and promote in Zimbabwe. The lithium, I've talked about. The tourism sector, the Honorable Minister did a fantastic job, but for us, we see this as the fastest growing sector in Zimbabwe after mining and agriculture. We confirm that, and it has a pivotal role to play in the creation of jobs. And then they are in various investment opportunities. And then we possess, like the Honorable Minister elaborated, and also Tebe, he put up quite a good slide on what we have on the ground, Victoria Falls, etc., and all this. So the Zimbabwe's tourism sector, I believe, is a perfect choice for investments to meet international standards. I think that is very clear. I won't waste time going through the tourism sector. I think it has been covered very well. And then the next issue, which is of importance, I feel I need to capture, is the Victoria Falls being a special economic zone. I think this is a very critical issue for us. And also it is going to be the Zimbabwe's International Financial Services Center. So we have the specific incentives for the special economic zone, which have been elaborated on income tax, special allowance, etc. The details we can discuss. But really, these are two very, very important developments for Zimbabwe in terms of opportunities for investments. The issue of the Financial Services Center, I think that is going to be critical. Together, we're working with the Zimbabwe Stock Exchange. I think that's another area we need to talk about. And then the International Financial Services Center, I think this will provide the industry and investors with additional opportunities to hedge foreign currency denominated products. I think that is very clear. And we have seen quite a huge activity within the Vic Falls FX exchange, where now we have listings in USD by various companies. I think I'll stop here, but in conclusion, I think what I would want to say is that from my own perspective, from what I've heard and listened, I think the summit really unlocked investment opportunities and made a compelling case for investing in Zimbabwe. I think that is very clear to me. And then the following reasons for investing in Zimbabwe came out very clearly. I've mentioned the role clarity of ZIDA in assisting investment processes. They're playing now a critical role in investment. The issue of rebranding is critical imperative. I think we cannot overemphasize this. And then also from CZI, this Zimbabwe being one of biggest potential beneficiaries of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, and the issue of us strategizing and how we can benefit on that involves investment. The dynamic skilled workforce, the regional hub issues, the vast mineral resources, etc., energy, minerals, infrastructure, the digital, all those. And then the business ready environment, and also the issues related to climate conditions. Let me stop here, moderator. I could go on and on, but I thought I would stop here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. And with that, we thank you. We have wrapped up. I'm sure you're all hungry. We haven't eaten since our little break, have we? But we are very grateful for your participation. We'd like to thank the ambassador, our respective ministers, speakers, and delegates, and members of the media for making this event such a success. And we do look forward to. Ah, you're coming up, sir? Not anymore? Okay. We do look forward to this event next year. And with that, we'll just kindly note the following. So we're about to go for a lunch break. But if you are interested in continuing furthering these discussions, especially based on our speakers, then you're welcome to take place to participate at our breakaway sessions. It's where the venues of the breakaway sessions are being projected right now. And also we'll have a gala dinner later this evening, and it is African themed. So if you don't have African regalia, then you are welcome to visit the Ashava Design Store. And with that, thank you all very much, and we look forward to seeing you next year. Never mind, maybe we'll welcome the ambassador.
Just to invite the ministers and the CEOs to come for a photograph. Everybody can start going.
All the speakers?
Yeah, all the speakers.
Okay, no problem. Do you want to wait here? Okay. Well, I'm not the ambassador, as you can tell. That was a joke. Please laugh. Yeah, okay. I know it's a bit intense. But we've just wrapped up, so that you're welcome to leave. But we'd like to close off with just a photo with all the speakers, the ministers, the CEOs. So can you all come to the stage as we take a group photo, please? Maybe we should get some music playing to encourage them to come forth. Yeah, just come. Great speech, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. I think you're sorted for dinner later.
Thank you. That was nice. Thank you.
Hello. How are you? Fine. Can you tell the accent? Lena, so we're meant to be on the stage.
Here we are. Well done.
Thank you. Great speech there. It's lovely meeting you.
Hello. Hi. I don't think.
I think maybe some of the shorter ones can maybe come to the front.
Which side?
Yeah. We can stand. Yeah. Yeah. Just to smile. Let's go in between. It's not too bad. Yeah. So that should see. Yes.
It's okay.
He's coming here. Yeah. So shall I see if I can bring him here? Yeah. Yeah, I can meet him. Yeah.
What you want to matter? Matter. Thank you. What's happening? What's happening?
The lights.
Sorry. Kindly, a quick announcement. A quick announcement for all the speakers, dignitaries, and ministers. Please be note. Quick announcement. I know it's very. Hello. Hello. Hi. Thank you. A quick announcement. So the rest of us will be having our lunch this side. And then for the dignitaries, the speakers, everyone who is on the stage, you'll be having your lunch upstairs in the private dining area. Thank you.
Yes, yeah. Got it. There we go.
We are representing the come a bit close. Get the flags inside. Here we go. Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Too many.
Another one. Another one.
Oh,
There we go. Yes.
Good, thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks a lot.